and one we intend to win, and the others too.
Oh, it'd be fantastic to win this thing. First thing I would do is set up story performances over in Greece, and I'd like to do it in one of the ancient theaters.
Why would I not want to be able to go from Marathon to Athens and trace the original steps?
Going to Greece with my wife and my family and having a great time. Let's win this.
Just like in sports, I'm sure Jim would say the same thing. You don't play for individual awards.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to be able to say I beat all these guys.
I'm trying to go to Greece.
I'm here to win the whole thing.
I come here to chew gum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
It really is about winning.
Yeah, heck yeah, I'm here to win it.
I'm here to do my best.
Everybody has some pride.
Victory has 1,000 fathers, but defeat is an orphan. I plan on winning tonight.
Here doing mental push-ups.
Winning is really important. What's even greater is inspiring. That's what you do with this show.
Well, you're in it to win it, or why be in it at all?
I'm about winning.
I think I'd be more interested in the prize.
It's about the prize.
I am here to go for the gusto.
Why are you keeping score if you don't want to win?
102 Hall of Famers.
Oh, yeah, because I'm going to win it. We all want to win.
I'm here to win.
Of course, I'd love to win.
I'm always in it to win it, Avi.
I'm definitely in it to win it.
I've already won. I hate losing. I want to go to Greece.
It's about the pride. You don't want to come in second. You want to be first.
Well, of course I am. I don't do nothing to lose.
Yes, I do. Of course I do. I want to go to Greece.
I have a newborn daughter. I'm here to win it for her.
Wouldn't be on here if I wasn't going to win something.
Yes, I'm going to win it all, man.
I'm winning it all, baby.
Going for it.
Party people! That's right. I'm here. Nothing better than the top. Well, I'm going to give it 110%.
We don't go out with no losing mentality.
I'm here to win. Yeah.
Yes, I'm here to win the whole thing, man. I don't get in the ring for losing, man. I'm like in the ring right now.
To do the best I can. Looking forward to it.
But I am here to win.
I'm here to win it.
If it has competition in it, I definitely want to be the one to win it.
And have to want to win this thing.
The Money always gets his man.
I'm going to win.
I don't play. I just win.
Why not? I've been to Greece once. I'd love to see it again.
Of course. So yeah, darn right I want to win this thing.
Just say this, Avi. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
And I want to take away that chicken dinner. So yes, I want to win this whole shebang.
Listen, I got the whole pride of my family riding on tonight's event.
The most dangerous place on this show is between me and that prize. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm a winner. I was born a winner. I didn't come here to lose. You had me at Greece, baby. I told you I've never been.
Everyone's here to win.
Would you want to win this entire thing, Mr. Douglas?
Most definitely.
I love it, guys.
I'm a bad man.
Yes, you are.
I can fight.
But I'm here to win this entire TKN celebrity game.
I don't play unless I'm going to win.
Winning is not an option. I got to be a legend because I won.
Yes, it would be lovely.
So yeah, I'm here to win it, damn it. I'm here to win it.
I didn't come here to lose.
I mean, why not, man? I mean, my wife loves Greece.
Hey, I'm not here for a participation trophy.
Definitely here to win it all, man.
I don't know anything but winning, so let's go.
If you ask me if I want to win, I always want to win.
Anytime I can get a free trip to Greece and $13,000, I'm in it.
If I win, I would be over the moon.
Definitely, I want to win. I want bragging rights. I want everything, you know. I'm feeling great about this evening, and you know I want to get to Greece.
Yeah, I'm going to work tonight. I do want to get to Greece also, so I definitely want to get to Greece.
You know, winning isn't everything. It is the only thing.
And then after that,
I think she played Kathy Shumway, maybe?
Yeah, she was Kathy Shumway. Very good. That's very impressive.
I mean, that was fantastic. You are great. The only other person that has that kind of spontaneity and the gift of gab was the late, great Chick Hearn. We thought Golden Throat was gone, but he's reincarnated in you.
You're sheer 9 or 10. You're probably 9.5.
half.
Oh.
And tennis, no one's perfect. But honest to God, you're terrific. You do your homework. And I've
appreciate
done
that.
everybody. You know, I've done everything. I've done, in the 80s, I did Johnny Carson. I did
Sure.
Merv Griffin. I did it all. And you're very energetic and good. You ask the right questions.
Now, if I hear any giggling...
Another trio of questions, now more underrated. We have Billy D. Williams, Italian men named Skippy, or unicycle.
Abolish the political parties.
I'll tell you this, Avi, you definitely do your homework. Hey, like I said, the good thing about you're extremely prepared.
I always wanted a house by the ocean. Maybe in another life.
Oh, where'd you get that book from?
Yeah, there we go.
That's my earful. That's
Yeah.
easy. I tell you what, you did your homework.
John Amos.
Man, what an introduction. I hope I can live up to that. God bless you.
I'm prepared to take on this challenge of this wonderful monologue that you've written, and I couldn't think of anything I'd rather do after I read it again for maybe the third or fourth time.
I've just been waiting on one of those introductions, and I was sitting there watching the opening of the show, seeing all these guys talk about, oh man, thank you, that was the greatest introduction we've ever had, and I'm sitting here, I'm saying to myself, please, I'm waiting on him to introduce me.
Thank you for that great introduction. This is awesome.
Avi, thank you, man. That is quite the introduction. I've done a ton of these things, as you know. I've never had an intro like that.
It's good to be able to see that you bring people together that, you know what, maybe one of the world's problems will get solved by listening to this show. And I want you to accept the accolades that you get from all of these brilliant people. They tell you that you're smart. They tell you that you're exposed. These are comments and compliments that you have to say, thank you very much, I accept.
Thank you. That's the best introduction I've ever heard in my life. You know something? You need to quit the show and be my moderator.
Thank you. You said things about me that I don't even remember. And what a collection of wonderful personalities you have.
I think you should write my own book like the intro. Would you do that again? You're amazing, brother. I was always known as a good talker, but I don't know what the hell to say after listening to you. You're amazing.
Thanks, man. That was great. I love the introduction. Yes.
I'll be like, so move it.
My friend, I am glad that I'm getting to know you. You are one hell of a human being.
Oh, man, thank you, Avi. I appreciate it, man.
Wow, dude. And that is amazingly everything that's happened in my life up till this moment right now.
I did. It's so unusual to be engaged in what everybody else is saying.
Because when you could stay on and do this, I could have stayed on for hours more.
I had a great time. It was great. I mean, your intro for me was just awesome, but also the intro to the show was like, wow, you have all of these people.
Oh, I had a blast, man. This was absolutely phenomenal.
It's completely different. I mean, it's not like a podcast. You have something amazing going with this show but you're there and you're educating us. You're taking people from different eras, different disciplines. You're taking us out of our comfort zone. You're making us fall in love with people that we didn't know.
I had a wonderful time, darling. You gave me good eargasm tonight, man. I love your voice. I love the things that you talk about, man. Is eargasm a word?
It is now.
I may have had great intros, but I shall never have better.
Wow, man. You need to go everywhere with me with that intro, man.
Holy smokes, Avi. Where did you get that information from?
Welcome to the second part of my pit.
Of my face, even when I came on, I'm just like in awe.
Avi, thank you very much. That was absolutely beautiful, man.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. That was awesome.
Wow. Oh, my dear, what an intro. Boy, you do your homework.
Hey, Avi, beautiful. Great entree.
Thank you very much. Hell of a info, I tell you that.
Thank you, Avi. That was, oh man, I got chill bumps just listening to you.
That was a good introduction.
Wow. That was great, man.
Damn. I didn't know I was that famous. Thank you for letting me know who I am.
Well, Avi, thank you very much for that warm welcome.
Hey, thank you, Avi. I got to say, that's one of the better introductions I've ever had.
I just experienced sympathy cardio. My heart rate's about 120 beats a minute just listening to that intro, brother.
Wow. Holy moly, mother of God.
I need to get a copy of that because that's going to be my eulogy.
Oh, that's quite an intro, my friend.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Avi. happened. I don't think I've ever had an intro like that.
Welcome. Thank you for having me on. That was the best introduction ever, man.
What's going on, man? Appreciate that. That intro was awesome.
Wow. I just feel like I walked out to an arena.
I am excited. I'm excited.
Hey, I think that this is going to be great. Round 2 is going to be wonderful. I know Brian's going to have a good time.
No, I'm just glad to be a part of this. Thank you for the invitation. Giselle, you're wonderful. Of course, I love Avi. The greatest wealth is when you can share it with someone. You can share your victories. You can share your failure. You can express your deepest feelings. But the greatest wealth is to be able to say that I have a friend. And I feel an unbelievable level of wealth. And a lot of that is because I have somebody like you.
Thank you, Avi. And if I could say something to you.
Yes,
you know, I've been through a really rough time the last month, and I really thank your support. I lost my father, and you were the first person to support me and all that, and I thank you so much for that. It meant a lot to me.
Did you find the technique itself helpful when it came to observing your scene partner staying present instead of strictly relying upon memory?
That's a great question, Avi.
I really enjoyed this, man. You're a smart guy, and you asked really good questions. And
Last name Mantegna, first name Joe. Joe, welcome, my friend.
I think I have whiplash, Avi. Thank you very much.
What a hell of an introduction. That was cool, man. I don't even think Michael Buffer did it better than you, brother.
I stand in awe of your memory and your ability to rhyme.
What an incredible introduction, Avi. That is probably the best introduction I've ever had.
Jake Roberts, my friend.
Wow, that was scary.
I am so grateful for our friendship. And you know what? You appreciate things in people that make such a difference.
This is different. I don't even know where you come up with these questions. You're so innovative. I love it, man, because it got me thinking.
It was intellectually stimulating, which is a unique thing in this world of ours today.
I had a fabulous time. Thanks for having me on the show.
And Avi, great job. This is interesting and different.
It was awesome. It was really great.
And I really enjoyed every minute of it, man. Thank you so much for having me, and I'm just happy I made it to the next round.
And you, Avi, I have a great deal of respect for your resume as well. I mean, I've done many interviews over the years, but this has been one of the most fun by far.
Well, thank you very much. I can't think of a better way to begin the new year than with you.
Have fun tonight, my friend?
Yes, I did. People are willing and open. I like that.
Wasn't sure what to expect. You're number one in my book as far as putting on a podcast.
You know what? You're a very interesting person. I mean,
please.
You are with all this rhyming stuff. You must really put a lot of effort into this, and
Praise, is teaching this craft as rewarding for you as performing?
I think sometimes it's more rewarding.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. You do a great job preparing.
A very simple formula. Everybody's a suspect. I hope you're getting paid a lot. That was the greatest intro I think I've ever had.
It's terrific, and it's fun, and keep bringing diverse personalities together. I think that's great, and it's also wonderful to hear people talk sanely to each other today.
I can't tell you how refreshing it is that somebody knows what they're doing.
When all of the actors and directors, different worlds come together, this is like a sanctuary for those people because we don't always get to talk about the things that really truly move us. I love this show because it makes me feel.
Brother, I want to take you with me everywhere to get an introduction. That's the best introduction I've ever had in my life.
You know, usually I'll do interviews and get asked the same questions about Stephen King. This was great to talk about things that matter, that go beyond project.
Wow, when I have a retirement party, even at my funeral, you better show up.
That was one of the best introductions I've ever had in my entire life. Better than my bar mitzvah.
Papa Smurf as a hip hop artist.
Yo, yeah.
You're very talented. That's amazing.
Mr. Sizemore, first name Tom. How are you, my friend? So I could turn the volume lower if you'd like next time, if you'd like me to do that.
I don't know what I can do now.
First name Keith.
Oh my God, what a great introduction. Fantastic. You do your research, connected with me right there. And he knows my brand. This is why your audiences love you. This is why you continue to great guests, and great guests beget great guests.
I enjoy myself so much. Oh, man.
I love the questions. Honestly, like that perspective in life.
Hey, listen, brother, it was so much fun. I'm so glad I'm moving on to the next round.
Avi, you do an amazing job. I appreciate you.
I actually had a great time. I got a great chance to get to know the other two contestants.
I had a great time, and if I go up against Jimmy McMahon, can we do it in the same room together?
I really enjoyed myself. Thank you.
Did you have a nice time, Sally?
I did. A wonderful time.
I appreciate you. You have a great rest of the weekend, my friend.
I did. Yeah, it was very interesting. Yeah, very different.
Had a great time.
I had a great time. I mean, listen, it's it's just bringing people together.
It opened my eyes. It opened my eyes to people and their own trials.
Really enjoyed it, man. I enjoyed hanging out with you guys.
I sure did. Thank you.
I had a wonderful time, man.
Yeah, I had a good time. It was nice to meet the other folks as well.
Just thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for all the love you showed.
I had a great time. Thank you to everybody else. Been very kind, professional, and I'd love to be on your show anytime.
I did. I appreciate you guys. I like to tell everybody good night, and it's been great.
Thanks to the audience for hanging in there. And, it was really fun. It was super fun.
Welcome to round 2, Mr. Taylor and Mr. Bridges.
Good job, brother. Yeah. Wow, I'm honored. I am very honored and surprised, I might add.
Scott Winters, you are in round 2. Congratulations.
I'm so excited. I didn't think I was going to advance, actually.
Hey, Avi, you're incredible, brother. You just never cease to amaze me. Thank you very much.
This show should be on mainstream television.
You showed us your heart and soul, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I really do love what you're doing.
I respect you a ton. Can't wait to talk to you soon and work with you as well.
It's like Saturday Night Live all over again.
You have accomplished something that is absolutely amazing. It's amazing. There's no words to describe what you are doing. You are getting the best out of everybody, out of every discipline, and you're putting it out there and sharing it with everybody that, you know what? Your show should be in every school. They should listen because you bring good values. You bring it's amazing what you're doing, Avi, and everybody's telling you, but take it from me. What you are doing is educating. The world is a better place thanks to you.
I think it's fabulous. I'm excited.
Gives it to Jenkins for the championship.
Again. Durant just playing on instinct, though, Gil. He's just hanging a big right hand. That's it, Tim.
And it's blocked. It is picked up by Will Hill. Will Hill runs down the sideline. Hill's going to get a block. Will Hill is going to win the game on a blocked field goal. Unbelievable! Weaving through traffic, through 3 players, 4 all the way in. Dishes off to Coop for the bucket.
Did you have a good time, my friend?
Wow. Okay, so I wouldn't have agreed to do this had I known you were going to make me cry. Wow. Just powerful.
Hands are taking the goal. He's got him staggered, I believe. He's got him scoring. Good combination. The right hand is taking its toll on Norton. Larry hits him again. Big round for Larry Holmes.
Thank you for everything you do, my friend.
Thank you. This is beautiful. I love it.
Thank you.
Signals the play. Behind the end line. They put him again.
Avi is a poet, but he doesn't know it, but his feet show it.
You're unbelievable.
Thank you. That's the best introduction I've ever heard in my life. You know something? You need to quit the show and be my moderator and travel with me because...
Jesse Ventura, welcome to the TKN Celebrity Tournament, my friend.
Thank you, Avi. It's great to be here and great to be back interviewed by you. It's been far too long.
Have fun tonight, my friend?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Being
around people who are willing and open, I like that.
Rob Van Dam, welcome to the Celebrity Tournament, my friend.
Wow, dude. And that is amazingly everything that's happened in my life up till this moment right now.
And I really thank your support. I lost my father, and you were the first person to support me and all that, and I thank you so much for that.
And you had fun tonight?
I did. Thank you, Avi. It was really, it was intellectually stimulating, and which is kind of a unique thing in this world of ours today.
And Avi, great job. This is interesting and different.
Oh, my dear, my dear, my dear. What an intro. Wow. Boy, did you do your homework. Whoa. You know, I didn't even know some of that.
Had a fun time?
I did, yeah. It was very interesting. Yeah, very different. Yeah, I liked it very much. Fun, and I learned a lot.
That's what it's all about, entertainment.
So, like I told you that this show should be on mainstream television because it's the only show that I've ever been a part of that I feel like is actually solving the world's problems through the fact that you have people that are experts.
It had nothing to do because they wanted to abolish federal laws, right? So it had nothing to do with the southern states wanting to assert their authority over the federal government, right?
Little things, and in the wrestling business, that's the same thing. There's little things you do in between the moves to captivate the audience, to emotionally pull the audience into the to what you're doing. That audience feel valued, feel that okay, wow, like someone understands kind of what we're going through, and everybody went through that. Those teenage years, those awkward years, and taken over by the thing. There, if you saw, there was always a light in their eyes when the camera was on. You could see like life in their eyes.
I said, is it because you think I'm not good enough? And he said, well, no, not necessarily. I just know that the odds are stacked against anybody in the entertainment field.
The White Sox. It was so heinous, they were known as the Black Sox. Going to the World Series, a gambler by the name of Sport Sullivan approached one of the Chicago White Sox.
Guys and gals and pals, if you are a fan of fiery, unbridled passion, that intro says it all, as it can melt the South Pole. This place we call the Green Room is filled with edutainment and has plenty of heart and soul. It's time I listen to Stanislavski and take a beat as I process everything in real time. This, my friends, is the 197th consecutive episode of the Green Room, a feeling that cannot be expressed through a mere rhyme. With a bevy of views on 53-plus pages week in and week out, innovation is our name and the sweat is the sweet. Dedication, labor, innovation, they only arrive when your effort is absolute. Put that in a tweet. And in this celebrity tournament that has captivated the masses, the field is one of a kind. Luminaries from all walks of life gathering to compete for the pride and the prize. This is truly a sport of the mind. Sure, the numbers are fantastic, but guys, what's even sweeter is the sweet. By that I mean good old-fashioned work ethic, wholehearted passion, effort, and consistency never lead to regret. The good bard Mr. Shakespeare himself said, "Our doubts are traitors and make us lose the good. We oft might win by aspiring to. And those words ring oh so true. It means that you are the author of your story. Don't edit your vision due to others that secretly prefer to boo while attempting to obstruct your view. With 13 grand and a trip for 2 to Greece and becoming the first champion of this star-studded field, a lot is on the line. But you, our audience, the engine that makes this thing go, are the sweet nectar that we appreciate like fine old wine. As strangers become friends and we all come together, let's remember that we're closer than one might surmise. Limitless visions of innovative bliss, experienced by an ensemble, is the vision behind these eyes. Never hate the flower for starting out as a seed. Long distance running is essential, so remember, this isn't some stampede. Don't run anyone over on your way to the top. Focus on yourself and never forget to cheerlead. Root for your loved ones and lift people up. This human fortune cookie hopes that we've all agreed that positivity is something that we can never concede. So guys and gals and pals, it is the Second Chance Bowl. Already we've seen Scott Winters advance to round 2 in the Second Chance Bowl. Couple of weeks ago. Todd Bridges moved on to round 2 in the Second Chance Bowl. Guys and gals still to come. Eric Roberts in the Second Chance Bowl. Lenny Wilkins, Al Snow. But tonight is a special night indeed. You see, guys, July the 6th means a lot to me. Not only is July 6th always going to mean a lot to me, but when this network debuted, what is now known as TKN, debuted on July the 6th, a few years back, with a friend of mine who's in this very match. A brother, if you will. Someone who treats human beings like no other. And that's the truth. So I get some goosebumps right now and some extra goosebumps knowing that this is the first time I'm back. And how fitting is it that a few years back, when nobody said keeping it classy and keeping it real will lead to success. Well, you know what, guys? Whether it's monetary or whether it's not, I'm successful because I have friends around me that mean something to me, like this gentleman who I'm about to introduce. The man who broke the ice. The man who broke bread with me many moons ago as well. A true friend, a true class act. And I'm glad that he's surrounded by class acts tonight because we all know Matt Fink and Justin as well. Just great human beings. And that's what this thing is all about, right? Edutainment, learning. And again, we do conversation over controversy. So guys, a little bit of some thoughts, some food for thought, and then let's bring them right in. I was jotting something down, guys, but I want to speak from the heart and I want to talk about experience. I think experience can be summed up as food for the brain. Yeah, food for the brain. You know, some people have a dream, and its central image is a metaphor for a good part of life. Not knowing where you're going or what you're doing. But my fondest memories are rooted in the present, where things are done out of some inexplicable inner imperative, rather than because the work is demanded. And it's surprising how hard we'll work when the work is done just for ourselves. I've learned one thing from being a screenwriter and teacher all these years that I can always bring up, and I will. It's the importance to playing to creativity and happiness. My job is essentially to come up with 365 ideas a year. If you ever want to find out just how uninteresting you really are, get a job where the quality and frequency of your thoughts determine your livelihood. And that's what being a writer is. I found that the only way I can keep writing every day, year after year, is to let my mind wander into new territories. And to do that, I've had to cultivate sort of a mental playfulness, if you will. See, we're not really taught how to recreate constructively. I think we need to do more than find diversions. We need to restore and expand ourselves. Our idea of relaxing is all too often to plop down in front of the TV set and let its pandering idiocy liquefy our brains. But shutting off the thought process is not rejuvenating. The mind's like a car battery. It recharges by running. You may be surprised to find out how quickly daily routines and the demands of just getting by absorb your waking hours. You may be surprised how matters of habit rather than thought and inquiry prevail. You may be surprised finding out how quickly you start to see your life in terms of other people's expectations rather than issues. You'll find your own ethical dilemmas in all parts of your lives, personal and professional. We all have different desires. We all have different needs. But if we don't discover what we want from ourselves and what we stand for, we will live passively and unfulfilled. This is from the heart. Because 6 weeks ago, I realized just how much I love this. I already knew how much I loved it. But you know what I love the most? The laughter. The camaraderie. The moments where the luminaries that had never met each other before sat beside each other virtually and said, "Can I have that person's number? I'd like to talk to them. I made a new friend tonight." I don't get emotional outwardly often, but that gets me quite emotional. Because putting good out to the world is not only underrated, but it's necessary. Remember something, guys. The word easy doesn't win ball games. The victory itself adores the labor, and I'm not different than anyone on this planet. I may have worked for a long time as a professional screenwriter, but I also slept in the back of station wagons when I was young, prior to receiving my big break. I've taught the wonderful craft of storytelling, some call it acting, and history for years. But prior to teaching, I was the one being taught. Tonight's a celebration because I'm alive. No pomp and circumstance. Didn't announce it on social media that I'm coming back because it doesn't matter that I'm on screen here in a celebratory sense. It matters because I can still do this. And as long as you do, you can. Because those that can't, don't. And those that won't, never will. You have to do. You have to do what you love. So guys and gals, I implore you, dig deep. Venture deep down that Google rabbit hole, and you'll realize that there's nothing like this out there. And I'm proud to say that. There's nothing like the new network out there. It has plenty of heart and soul. It's a visual buffet, but it also gives you substance like no other. So thank you for inviting us to your living rooms every Saturday night. Thank you for giving us the time and day. Thank you for letting us grow the way that we have. You aren't numbers or statistics like that video indicated. We're happy that those numbers exist because it means that all of you, real people that work and sleep and have your own trials and tribulations to deal with, could turn that off for a little bit as you turn us on. We appreciate you. And thank you again for supporting us. And thank you again for reminding me how important life really is. There is no bigger moment than the now. And right now, I'm feeling pretty damn good. But guys, let's remember, this is a tournament after all. 2 out of 3 will advance tonight. 2 out of 3. We got the judges in the back. We got all of you voting as well. You will be voting on who resonates most with you. As you know by now, this isn't some cutthroat place. This isn't some place where we say we're smarter, we're better. No, we could teach the politicians a thing or two about a thing or two, can't we? Yes, we can. But you know what we do here? We learn, and we also appreciate competitive camaraderie. Everybody wants to win. There's nothing wrong with $13,000. There's nothing wrong with a trip for 2 to Greece for 5 days and 5 nights. And really, there's nothing wrong with saying that you are part of a tournament that had 119 Hall of Famers. You ready? From the world of sports, wrestling, music, not to mention Oscar, Grammy, Tony, Golden Globe, AMA, WGA, and Olympians, all competing for the pride of the prize. It's not just the size. It is also the quality of human beings that we have here. Moments that will always live within me, like NHL Hall of Famer Grant Fuhr tearing up about his past. Eric Bischoff tearing up, talking about how a fan had asked him to walk her down the aisle. Stories that you'll never hear, because it's never about the person's profession as much as it's about their day-to-day life and about their interests and about their journey. The resumes are respected. They worked hard to get there. But remember something, guys and gals. The resume sometimes could be the backdrop. Getting to know the human being is the real prize and the real gift. And that's why I've already won. So with that, guys, let's bring in our very first competitor right now. He is chomping at the bit. Ever since his matchup with NFL great Jim McMahon, who also has a show on this network, Gym Time, and against Rick Barry, who has Hall of Fame Hangout on this network. They're also both second rounders. Round number 2 will begin, guys, very soon in a few weeks. And as you know, the last Second Chance Bowl match is upon us. Eric Roberts will be a part of that, Lenny Wilkins, and more. And remember, right after that, we will have a special Saturday broadcast where I take all the names of the second rounders, put them in a big old bowl, draw them out, and one at a time, we'll find out who faces who in real time. We'll find out who faces who in round number 2. Tonight, 2 of these great luminaries and human beings will find themselves in round number 2. Guys, our first competitor is a man that I first met nearly 20 years ago. On screen, he might be an antagonist sometimes, but in actuality, he's the opposite of a foe. He's a dear friend and brother that I adore, and I'm elated to see him shine. Who would have thought 2024? Justin and yours truly, Avi Klein. Let's welcome a man who has talent, range, and skill. Come on down. They know you as Justin. I know you as Phil. Welcome, Justin. How are you, my friend?
Hey, Avi. How you doing?
The Second Chance Bowl, my friend. Listen, again, a lot of the luminaries who are part of this thing, the up-and-coming talent as well, they know it's the last shot to make it into round number 2. Tonight is the last shot to make it into round number 2. You were voted by your peers. You were voted also by the viewers. Not many are in the Second Chance Bowl. You're one of them. Are you here to win the Second Chance Bowl and then the whole tournament, my friend?
I am in it to win it. Why bother if you're not going to try to win it? I'm going to win it.
I love it. And again, there's no guilt factor in saying I want to win, because winning means you get to know more people, hear more experiences, learn more stories, give more of yourself. And of course, again, nothing wrong with competitive camaraderie. You had Rick Barry and Jim McMahon round number 1. You took Jim McMahon to the limit. He came back in that third and final topic, and he just edged you out by about 4 points. You were talking to me about that. Let the audience know.
It was tough. I mean, Rick Barry just ran away with it. He was amazing. I did have a slight lead over Mr. McMahon, and in the third topic, he kind of nudged by me. So this is my chance.
But we got to know your heart. We got to know your heart, Phil, and I love that. We got to know who you are, my friend. So Justin, I call you Phil, and we know why. You, my friend, I'm going to put you backstage. You're a great human being. You're a class act. I'm going to bring in our next participant, and then once our third comes in, all three will be here on screen joining me. Thank you.
All right.
Great human being, guys. Absolutely. I want to bring in our next participant, guys. I have a quote for him, and I used this last time, and I think it's very apropos. Opportunity dances with those already on the dance floor. Don't work for recognition, but do work worthy of recognition. Our first participant epitomizes the latter. He was born to parents Irvin and Harriet in 1958. An artistic revolution would begin way before he was a teenager. Makes perfect sense, as his parents went to the University of Minnesota and picked quite the major. Theater, of course, and later his father was writing along with commercial voiceovers and directing plays. Soon this man would trail ablaze and amaze the masses through those cool rays, as a plethora of fans would embrace and begin a craze and shower this artist with much-deserved praise. But let me digress before I go sideways. As a 6.5-year-old, he took piano lessons and stuck with it a bit beyond senior year of high school. At age 14, he requested to work with 2 music teachers that definitely helped him pick up more than one tool. It was with their help that he learned improvisational techniques necessary to play jazz. Liberation was evident, as our passion should never be locked away in some sort of Alcatraz. He had his first gig comprised of kids in his neighborhood at some girl's bat mitzvah at the age of 12 and a half. Pretty soon, a bevy of fans would ask him for his autograph from London to Flagstaff. There was a legend on the rise that needed a keyboard player. In the basement of Pepe Willie, something was answered, perhaps a prayer, and conveyor, a man with an abundance of layers. Bobby Z wanted him to listen to this man's demo tape. Soon their collaborative experience would reshape and cultivate an entire genre and era that needed an escape. As they began, through their works of art, to change the entire landscape, he requested an audition in October of '78, and after a 3-week wait, he got his shot thanks to his talent and innovation. There were no locked doors. He subsequently recorded with a legend, co-wrote some pivotal songs, and performed with him on world tours. He was influenced by the British bands of the 60s, like the Stones, the Beatles, and the Who. What about R&B and funk artists? Should I provide you with a clue? Nah, let's name some of these greats as well. James Brown, Stevie Wonder, Ray Charles, 70s bands like Earth, Wind & Fire, Steely Dan, Elton John, yes, and David Bowie. I can't count how many times I've rested these bones listening to those icons on my headphones. How about this great conversation that he had in Wembley Stadium with Mick Jagger of the Rolling Stones? Does it get any better than jamming with an absolute music giant, a true captain? Well, he did just that after an after party in London with the one and only Eric Clapton. His early synthesizer setup was Oberheim OBX-A, ARP Omni, Yamaha CP70, electric grand piano, and an ARP Pro soloist. He truly was able to entertain and provide a smile to those who were at their lowest. This man has won 3 Grammy Awards, 3 AMA Awards, and numerous RIAA Gold and Platinum Awards for his work with the Revolution. And a certain individual I alluded to earlier, that man's name was Prince. He changed the music world. This is something that is evident, no need to convince. His work with Prince included his work with the Revolution, the NPG, Madhouse, and the 1984 film and album Purple Rain, which has sold over 25 million copies worldwide. They had range and had more diversity than Jekyll and Hyde, as they made bigger headlines than Bonnie and Clyde, from the cover of TV Guide to even connecting to those living mountainside. Our hearts and souls they occupied, as they brought us all together and unified. So with that, I don't need a shrink to tell me what to think when it comes to my state of elation. Nothing can calm me down, not even a drink, although I'll take one. So put your hands together for a kind, legendary artist, the Doctor, first name Matt, last name Fink. Welcome, my friend, to the Second Chance Bowl.
Wow. You are the greatest bio rapper I've ever met in my entire life. Next to Donny Osmond, who did a similar thing about his retrospective of his life at a show in Minneapolis that I saw at the Orpheum. It was fantastic. You could have written it and rapped it for him. It was so good. But anyway, I'm serious. You really did that. You did a complete video retrospective behind him.
I got to see that. Yeah.
You should.
Wow.
It was brilliant. And then he had the audience requesting songs that were his whole catalog was behind him, all the titles. And then even before the title came up, he'd ask an audience member to do the request.
Oh, wow.
And then the band would perform it, and
Sure.
then all the songs from that album would come up, and it was unbelievable.
That's really innovative. Very
innovative. So innovative and so cool. Anyway, so I digress again. But anyway,
I'm happy to see you. You look great, man.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on the show again. It's an honor to be here and to be hanging out with my contemporaries again.
I love that. And I love that our viewers again voting on who resonated most with them, on whose stories really were something that they can hold on to and relate to, and yours was one of them. You were on with two classy, great individuals, Zab Jude and Larry Zbyszko as well.
Yeah.
Larry thought the world of you. Zab was awestruck by Larry. Zab grew up watching Larry in New York as a pro wrestler. But Matt, again, you're one of the most humble people that I've gotten a chance to get to know. And there's nothing shameful about saying that we want to win something that means to us. How cool would it be to win Second Chance Bowl tonight and then move on to the second round and maybe win the whole thing?
Why not? I mean, if it happens, it happens. I'm open to it. I'm just happy to be here to participate and say hi to everybody.
Would it be cool to go to Greece for 5 days, 5 nights? That'd be a cool thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It'd be great. It'd be fun.
Absolutely. And you know what? Again, I want to bring this up. 40 years of Purple Rain, doing a lot of good work. After the segment, I'll ask you some questions and you could, expand if you'd like about some of the stuff that's going on. But you're definitely staying busy, definitely staying active. And again, this might sound simplistic by nature, but you seem really happy, and that's cool.
Yes, that's very true. I am happy. I'm at a happy point.
I love that. Life. Guys, the great Matt Fink, I'll put you backstage, my friend, and bring our third participant. Matt is class personified, and I'm really glad he's with us tonight, guys and gals. Please thank these gentlemen for giving us their time tonight as well, because they're doing this here. They have their topics. They went down the proverbial rabbit hole, and they'll give you their hearts and souls, and we got to thank them for that. Guys, when I bring up, I'm chuckling now because I pressured myself into putting so much into bringing in our next participant because he deserves that. On the 4th of July, people talk about fireworks and barbecues and things that are Americana, so to speak. Well, there's nothing more Americana to me than good old-fashioned friendship. And man, oh man, when you have a friend like this, you latch onto that because you know that that's rare in life. It really is. It's rare. And whether you bond on all things film and TV, on all things Board of Education, on all things whatever, when you bond with someone and they stick with you during times that are tough, you know that you've struck gold. You know that you've struck gold. And that's this man. Because, he remembers when this germ of an idea that I had, which is still growing. Guys and gals, we have a lot of work to do here at TKN. We're proud of that. But when this germ of an idea was just conceptualized by yours truly, he was there from the get-go, from day number one. And I respect that because this is a man that is greeted by the masses with such deserving love and fanfare because of who he is. I shared the stage with this man in 2019 in Las Vegas when we did our first ever live podcast. And I was privy to his grace and I was privy to his kindness when being booked in a battle royal at a different hotel and venue and being booked at autograph signings at a different venue as well. He was running all over the place because he had to. He was committed to going to different venues and, of course, being there for the fans. But he would not leave until every autograph was signed. And as I mentioned in my post, making sure that they left better than when they walked in because that smile on his face that he had and because of the generosity that he still has. That's without cameras and without pomp and circumstance. To know him is to love him. And I'm really happy. Then I'll ask him this too, how he feels about not just the pride and the prize and winning the tournament, but how he feels about this being like July 6th. We started this thing. He, myself, and Howard were the first 3 people we saw on screen that day. And here we are 4 years later, breaking the ice, of course, still a part of this network, but more importantly, the friendship's still growing and the friendship's still something that we prioritize. I really appreciate him. So without further ado, guys and gals, I want to bring him the introduction that he so deserves. In life, we don't pick up cues, we pick up impulses. Sometimes silence has a myriad of meanings. In theater, for instance, silence is an absence of words, but it's never an absence of meaning. If silent be our thoughts, then let the present educate us fully. The following participant is a great human being. He and I go back several years. A Vegas show, 78 episodes, and a few domestic beers. He's a true Renaissance man, a teacher, a speaker, a wrestler, a trainer, but most importantly, a friend. He'll captivate you by being as real can be, as his kindness is eternal and seemingly has no end. He's as versatile as he is warm and has a vast array of experience in many fields such as film, TV, wrestling, public speaking, and training as well. There are too many bitter sorts out there, but not to him. He stays far away from hell. He enjoys positivity and ushers that in. The man has checked off box after box after box. He's ambitious and always gives it his all. If his accomplishments were measured in feet, he'd truly be 10 feet tall. It might be evening, but his presence will always help you get through the day. So let's welcome a close friend and talent. Last name Lloyd, first name Ray. Welcome, my friend.
Well, thank you, Avi. As always, man, it's so great to be here. Just personally, us just getting to spend some time together and really accomplish two things: spending time together and obviously helping build this great show and this great network. And I tell you, man, it really does. It feels so great. So I'm so thankful that I've been there with you from the very beginning. And I just to see where you've taken this thing and 52 weeks a year, never giving up on it. And the good thing is to see where it's still going to grow from here. I mean, the best I believe is still in front of you, and I'm just so thankful, so honored to be a part of it and just part of this journey. And one of my favorite sayings I got from Dave Heath Gangrel, the wrestling superstar and a friend of mine for well over 20 years. He always says, the journey is the jewel.
Yes.
And he got that from the great Malenko when he trained, and he told me that a few years ago, and it always just stuck in my head. Is we tend to as we say, look for the brass ring and that competitive drive that keeps us going to try to do better. Obviously, that's there, but we have to remind ourselves to slow down and kind of take in the every step of this journey and how great that is. And I'm just so thankful to be a part of this journey, man. I'm so proud of you and so proud of what you've done with this show and this network. And I'm just excited to be in the mix today with you guys and with the other colleagues that are here, because like Matt said, man, I really am just honored to be a part of this, and everyone in this group deserves to win and go forward. But I know that there's a certain degree of winning that comes with it, just being a part of this, and that's what I'm excited about.
Amen.
So I'm happy to be here, and that's why I know it'll be a lot of fun.
It'd be pretty cool to win the 13 grand and trip for 2 degrees, and say you went through again a tournament that had 119 Hall of Famers and all these different luminaries. That'd be a pretty neat thing.
Yes, one of my good buddies would say, that doesn't suck. So yeah,
I like that.
So yeah.
And before I bring in Mr. Matt Fink and Justin again, I just want to tell you this. No need for the shades here. Although, guys and gals, maybe later on I'll bust out these. Ray Lloyd sent me these a while back. You see these, the Glacier Blues?
That's right, baby.
Yeah, I didn't wear them because I didn't want to think anyone that is biased. I'm not voting anyway, guys. But again, Justin and Matt Fink, good friends. Ray Lloyd, man, I got to tell you, your brotherhood means a lot to me. I'm really happy that after all these years, we're not only still doing our thing, but still growing together, learning together. And of course you're here because I'm going to say this publicly. You helped build this place, my friend. You helped build it. You were on twice, Mondays, Fridays, noon Eastern time, and just doing everything you can to get it out there. I always will appreciate that. But like I said, what I appreciate more than anything are those conversations that we had, especially when we knew that the other needed a bit of a boost. You're always there, and I appreciate you.
And same here, man. I can say the same thing right back to you. And I know every time it's funny when we talk, whether it's especially here, it's always great because we get to talk about stuff we love. But just whenever you and I chat on the phone, I every time, sometimes I call to just ask you one question, and our call turns into a 30-minute call just because of the stuff that we love talking about. So, and sometimes a lot longer. So, yeah, buddy. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud to be a part of
Thank
this.
You, sir.
And I just love this journey that you're on, man. I really do.
Love you too, brother. Guys and gals and pals, remember again, for our new viewers, I'm not judging, I'm not voting. You guys are. That's the cool thing about this platform is you have a voice. You guys comment, you vote, you let us know why you're voting. We always appreciate how civil you are as well. But you will vote after topic number 1, which is essentially before you right now. We are about to unveil topic number 1. Ray Lloyd, Justin, and Matt Fink have all done their research. Welcome, my friends. You're all going to be on screen. And I guess what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to pick topic number 1. When I announce what it is to the masses who are watching, the first person that will delve into topic number 1 will be Justin. The second person will be Matt. And then Ray will delve. He'll be the third to delve into topic number 1. Then we'll can rearrange the order of that for topic number 2. So topic number 1, guys and gals, is all about what I call a question for the ages. Because when you ask questions, I think it's important because it's the basis of learning. If your question has a concrete answer, whether it's as simple as what's 1 + 1, or as complex as how does nuclear fission work, You'll learn something new once you find that answer. So guys and gals, I do think it's very important to ask away and learn as much as you need. Ask the right follow-up questions as well. Rebuttals are optional. They're not mandatory. If anyone wants to rebut, that is Ray Lloyd. That is Matt Fink. When Justin is speaking, just lift the old index finger. I'll pop back up, and then you can rebut as well if you'd like. And even after the competitor's talking point as well, if you want to rebut, you can. So guys, the year is 2025. Mankind has been granted a precious gift, a one-time visit into the future. You're permitted to visit your future self in the year 2050. You're provided 10 minutes to ask one question and one question only. Your future self is eager to hear your question. In this case, Justin, what would you ask your future self and why? And again, be as in-depth as possible. The floor is yours in a 3, in a 2, in a U.
Okay, so we jump on the DeLorean. I go 30 years in the future, and I get to ask one question, guaranteed to have the answer. Now, at first thought, tell me the next 5 Super Bowl winners from my time. The World Series winners. Who's got the Stanley Cup? Who's holding Lord Stanley's Cup? Give me the winning horses from Preakness, Belmont Stakes, Kentucky Derby. Give me stock reports for the next 5 years. No. That's just greed. It's trivial. If I have the opportunity to get a question answered that has been burning in my soul for a long time, I'm going to ask, why bother having faith? What does it really give you? Now, I'm not talking you have faith in your coworker that he's going to finish his part of the project in a timely fashion. I'm not questioning that you have faith that your team is going to go out there and do their best to win. I'm not questioning that you have faith that your best friend will always have your back. I'm talking about big-time faith. For instance, when my father passed away about 16, 17 years ago, it was a loss. I mourned, but I had faith that he would be at the right hand of God. That's what the nuns always told us through many years of Catholic school. So I had that faith. My mother passed away about 10 years ago. That was a little harder. She was in the hospital. She wound up getting some sort of infection in the hospital. She was on machines. And we asked the doctor, are the machines the only thing keeping her alive? And they said yes. So I talked it over with family members, and we decided we had to let her go. And I was chosen to be the one to sign the papers, taking her off the machines, which I did. I sat by her bed and watched her go. But I had my faith that she too was at the right hand of God, that she was reunited with her husband, my father, and the rest of her family. All the old Sicilians are sitting around playing pinochle, smoking their cigars. I had that faith. Then comes my niece, Gianna. In 2010, she was about 10 and a half years old. She finally got the nerve to get on my Harley and go for a ride. Couldn't get her off. Every other day, Uncle Bike, she used to call me Uncle Bike. Wonder why. She'd call me, Uncle Bike, what are you doing today? I said, I have no plans. Let's go for a ride. And we'd ride to nowhere. It was beautiful. Then she started getting sick and sicker. Took her to the hospital. They did every test known to man. They found she had a brain tumor. So we got her into the Morgan Stanley Children's Hospital at Columbia Presbyterian, like one of the best in the world. And every day she'd have to go down there. She'd get on the back of my bike. I'd ride her down there. The way it worked was for 5-6 days, she'd be in the ward in Tower 5 for the chemo treatment. Then she'd go home for the next 2 weeks, but 2-3 times a week, she had to go to the outpatient for tests and blood and transfusions, yada, yada, yada. MRIs once a month, spinal taps, you name it, this poor girl went through it. But she always smiled. She didn't sit back. She didn't say, oh, poor me, I have cancer. She stood on the mountaintop and she screamed, I have cancer. Let's rock. So we went down to Columbia every week, every few days, riding on the back of my bike. When she would go to the outpatient clinic, it was a nice place. They had a big family room with all these comfortable sofas, and they had games and toys and child life people to do arts and crafts with the kids. So our first time down there, we're sitting on the couch, and this young girl comes up to us, introduces herself. She's a student at Columbia University studying social work, and she's interning at the hospital. Sits down with us, starts up a conversation. My niece proudly declares, I rode down here in the back of Bike's Harley. Girl was pretty impressed. We start talking a little bit, dangers of riding and this and that. And, I ride in New York City, which is basically a war zone. And I told her the most dangerous thing about riding a motorcycle are people in cars, because they don't pay attention. And I relayed a story to her of a really, really bad accident I had had 2 years prior. I was on the Van Wyck Expressway in Queens, heading to the Whitestone Bridge, go home to the Bronx. A car, I was in the center lane, a car in the right lane started inching over towards me. Check my left lane, can't move. He gets closer and closer. So I hit the throttle, try to get ahead of him, or her, I don't even know. I must have been doing about 70. Their front end clipped my rear wheel. I flipped over. The police report said the witnesses say I was flipped about 10 feet in the air, hit the pavement, bounced like a pinball. I don't know how far I went. And I could hear metal scraping of my bike. Her name was Melissa. Scraping on the pavement. And I'm like, oof, I'm not walking away from this one. When I finally came to a stop, I got on my knees and I looked up. I was now facing traffic, and there were headlights not 2 feet away from me. I stood up. I hate to say this, but I want to kill somebody. So I'm yelling at these people, where's the MFer? That hit me. Oh, they took off. We don't have no idea. So I started cussing so bad I would have made a drunken sailor blush. Long story short, I wound up, even though I stood up, I was busted up. Oof. Oofa. I was busted up. Get me to the hospital. I was in there for a few days. I checked myself out because I couldn't stand being in there. And I lived. And I told this young lady, there's no reason that I'm alive. I went down at over 70 miles an hour, bouncing on that hard pavement. I don't know why I'm here. And she said, God knew that your niece was going to need you. That's why you're still here. And wow, that goes into my faith. But that faith started crumbling pretty soon. I mean, every time we went down there, you see all these little kids, some not even a year old, tubes all over the place, suffering, their families suffering. How could that happen? How could that be? Oh, I kept going, did a lot with my niece. I have to tell you about her a little bit at least. What a special person. Unbelievable. She would hang with me a lot, and I'm a biker. I'm in a 1% motorcycle club here in New York, and I would take her with me to some events, especially like charity events that we do a lot of in the biker world. She got along with everybody, all these hardcore bikers that you would be afraid to look at. They loved her. She loved them. My nephew, Anthony, he goes by the tag Anthony MSG because he works with the Knicks. He's a lot older than Jonna. He's hosted any number of sports talk shows. He does special events for the Knicks, especially when they're away. He'll host an away party at some club in New York, and Jonna was always by his side. The love they had, I can't explain it. It's amazing. She would hang out with NBA legends, Clyde Frazier, Larry Johnson, John Starks, Allen Houston. In fact, well, I'll get to that later. Didn't phase her. Just another day having fun, sharing. She always shared. She didn't let her illness, her suffering, her pain stop her from sharing her love. I also used to take her fishing. She loved to go fishing. One on this party boat goes out near me. One out, we anchor up, getting ready to go. Bait her hooks, give her a quick tutorial on how to use that particular reel. Down she goes. Before I could bait on my hooks, she was reeling a big fat porgy. Up in New England, they call it scup. Just amazing. And she talked to everybody on the boat. Everybody loved her. There was one guy, another regular, been on the boat a long time, was going through cancer treatment at that time. Whenever we were moving to a different spot, the two of them would sit in the cabin and share notes. She was so open, so ready to help anybody. One day early on in her chemo treatment, it was Super Bowl Sunday, the child love people went around to each room in the ward and gave them each a rose. She looks at the girl and says, "You know, my Uncle Bike is feeling kind of sad right now. Could I get one for him?" Never worried about herself. Just talked to everybody else. That's what she cared about. So giving. Everybody loved her because she gave love. She didn't ask for love. She didn't ask for pity. She just shared her love with everybody. One day at the Garden, Madison Square Garden, during a Knick game, they put up on the big Jumbotron, "Congratulations, Jonna. 7 years cancer-free." Couldn't ask for better. Then, one morning, she had a stroke. My nephew got her down to the hospital, back to Columbia, and they found that she had some burst blood vessels in her head. They had to take half her skull off to fix it. Put the skull back on with staples. The next day, I get called in to talk to the doctor. My nephew couldn't make it, unfortunately. So I went, was sitting in this little room, these two doctors, and the nurse practitioner that we've been with since her journey began. Wonderful woman, Eileen. Doctor says, "Well, we found these blood vessels broken, and we repaired them, and she's going to need physical therapy to regain movement, you know, the usual had a stroke stuff." And then the doctor says, "But," I knew something was coming. Eileen took my hand and squeezed. And the doctor said, "We found new cancer. And this one isn't treatable. It spreads fast, and there's very little we can do." What good was my faith? They said she would live maybe 6 months. She lasted 9. And even with this, and her body was deteriorating, she still wanted to help other people. The doctors came to her and said, "Look, we're going to try an experimental medicine. I don't know if it'll work, but we'll see." And she said, "You know what? Even if it doesn't work on me, if it could help another kid down the road, let's do it." She even signed papers to give a part of her brain to a lab so they could study what happened to her. Always thinking about somebody else. Never worried about herself. She was incredible. And she was my goddaughter. I was supposed to protect her. I couldn't. With all my faith, I couldn't protect her. So why should I bother having faith? Doesn't help. What'll it get me? False hope, and now a hole in my heart that will never be filled. I have no use for faith anymore. So tell me, wise one, sage, mage of the highest order, tell me, why should I have faith? The Lord took her anyway. She should have left her here where she was doing good. She was a positive effect on this world. She made it brighter. And then August 29th, 2020, she was taken. Her brother was holding her hand. She was unconscious. She was in a coma. And he said to her, "It's okay, John. You can go now. You fought hard enough. It's time to rest." And she left. Why have faith?
Maybe.
Thank you.
Maybe we're not, and I mean everyone on this planet, maybe we're not as pure as she. Maybe wherever she went, wherever she is now, Phil, which is obviously a place that is void of any sort of toxicity or garbage that we see here in 2024. Maybe they need her.
Maybe.
And maybe we weren't and aren't as pure as she is. But I'll tell you something I'm proud of when it comes to you right now. You not have faith, but you have a lot of love, because there were no ungiven hugs. There were no ungiven kisses. There were no ungiven memories that you bestowed onto her. You gave her your heart. You gave her love. And I got to tell you something. The saddest thing in the world, for me at least, is to hear the people that only come to some sort of realization of what life is all about when it's too late. And then they start thinking about the ungiven hugs, the ungiven kisses to their loved ones, the unspoken conversations they wish they could have had. And as your friend, I cherish you for your heart.
Thank you.
I cherish you for your love.
Thank you.
I wish everybody could give as much love to the people that they love as you did to your amazing niece, Gianna.
Thank you.
You did bring up the Knicks.
Sorry.
I won't count that against you. You know how I feel about the New York Knicks.
I know.
Matt, this goes a long way. They've made me suffer for many, many, many decades. That being said, thank you for sharing your heart, because I feel like now we know about her, and you're keeping her legacy alive. You're keeping her spirit alive. You're keeping everything about who she is as a human being alive by telling her story to people that never knew she even existed until now, and that means something.
Yeah.
You're giving her life, and you're preserving her memory, and I give you a lot of credit for that, my friend.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Guys and gals and pals, again, just to let you know, I gave out the topics and wrote them. Wherever Ray and Matt and Justin go is totally up to them. We again are talking about a question that I'm now going to pose to Matt, which is the year 2025, a year from now. Mankind in a year has been granted a precious gift, a one-time visit into the future. Matt, you're permitted to visit your future self in the year 2050. You're provided 10 minutes to ask one question and one question only. You are eager to hear your question. What would you ask your future self and why, my friend, whenever you're ready?
Well, I thought about this. It's an interesting question, really. It's a good question, Avi, and I'm glad you asked it, because, God willing, if I'm still alive in 2050, I'll be 92 years old. And the question I would ask myself is this. It's the question that's been considered by many, including myself, to be one of the biggest existential threats to life on Earth. And with that said, I would ask my future self, if mankind was able to cooperate with one another in order to avert the worst effects of global warming by the year 2050. I want to know the answer to this because if humanity was able to gain control over climate change and mitigate the consequences of climate change, then I could give a positive report back to my current self and current humanity and say, we're on a good path. Let's see if we can keep this going. My future self said, yes, things are doing well and we've managed to avert the worst of it. But if the report comes back the other direction, on the other hand, if it's negative and one where climate tipping points have been reached and breached and the threat of extinction looms for most of life on the planet because of this, then the majority of the scientific community's warnings about this existential threat must be heeded now more than ever. And knowing this answer may make it possible to convince all of the world leaders, people in charge of oil and gas, people in charge of renewable energy, the world populace as a whole would need to really develop a cooperative plan to save the life of the future planet. I mean, it really is one of the biggest pressing problems there's several others, but this one, I've been looking at for a long time. And I read a book years ago in the early 90s called Black Dawn, Bright Day. I don't know if any of you have heard of that book, but it was a Native American book about their prophecies through their spiritual learnings, seeing the future of the planet back when they were, studying all that as American Native Indians did. So they basically said, hey, the invaders are here. They're using up the resources. They're polluting the planet. They're doing all these things that are going to screw the planet up. And we've got to fix it. And they've been saying this for years, as well as many of our scientific leaders. So we are at the point now where they're saying if we do not get this under control by the mid 2030s or so, it may be too far gone to save the worst effects of climate change. That's it. I rest my case. Hopefully that future self will give the warning if things went south by then.
Justin, you had a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Justin.
Not to diminish the effects of climate change. We certainly are damaging our planet. We have been since we first crawled out of the sea.
Mm-hmm.
But don't you think this cooperation you speak of is so far off?
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the numbers, the United States puts the least amount of these harmful carbons into the air. The largest per country to do this damage is China. Yet this Paris Accord doesn't address that issue. So how can we even...
Sorry, you're breaking up.
I'm sorry.
You're breaking up.
With the Paris Climate Accord, I forget if that's the exact name, they don't address that issue, that the main offenders are given a pass. China, India, a lot of South America, they don't have to comply. The U.S., Great Britain, rest of Europe, we must comply. We must lower our emissions. Yet, as I just said, the United States has the lowest emissions on the face of the earth. How can there be cooperation if the World Organization that's supposedly overseeing this venture drops the ball?
I get your point. I'm not so sure. We'd have to really delve into some numbers. We'd have to go online and really look up all the charts and graphs to really show what these figures are. My own research has shown that Europe, the United States, China, of course, India are the biggest emitters of greenhouse gases, and any Western developed nation. And then of course you have the developing world, which is unfairly not getting enough of the share of the energy pie yet. So yes, the countries that are the biggest emitters of carbon do need to cooperate further. They're not cooperating enough. And that's what I meant to say is if we don't get our act together somehow and get into major talks and negotiations and somehow bring peace also, because, these wars aren't helping. A lot of things are being emitted from the wars, and blowing up munitions and all that is polluting the atmosphere on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got all these things that aren't helping much. But the key is to, there's been some work done. I mean, the Saudi Arabians are investing in renewables. They are, but then again, their guy just recently said, hey, we got to keep pumping oil. We're going to keep doing it. A lot of people want to keep going there right now instead of investing properly into the renewable sector. And we all know that, battery power is controversial. Mining lithium is highly damaging to the the environment unless we do it a specific way. So there's a lot of things that really have to be worked on to avoid the coastlines from being submerged with water by 2050 from all the melting of the ice caps and the glaciers, which are already under siege around the world. So I'm just, trying to drive that awareness a little more,
And Justin, based on your point of view, I would think we'd have to place more emphasis because of what you had asked and the question that you posed, Matt. Because we're in dire straits right now, we should prioritize.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Everything that Matt brought up.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, you're right. I mean, this is definitely something that I think we can help out
Hey,
as
and,
far as
yeah, but on the outside chance that the people who don't believe this is an existential threat, and on the off chance that 99.9% of climate scientists have told us that this is happening. If you want to deny that, and we luck out that 1% of the scientists said, no, those other guys are wrong. Now, if that happens, great. By 2050, if it clears up and whatever we did, wonderful. And we built enough electric cars and enough more nuclear plants, or we figured out fusion power, we figure out renewable things like really getting into solar in a big way. In fact, I'm getting ready to put solar on my house because of the incentives. Yeah, there's a whole incentive to do that from government programs right now. So anyway, look, getting help from whatever, it's all good. So in the meantime, I'm just wanted to bring that up today.
Sure.
I mean, I could think of a number of other things to bring up, but this one to me is really important.
Yours means something. Justin means something. I know that Ray Lloyd's is going to mean something as well. Mine won't. If I were to meet myself in 25 years, I would ask myself the likelihood of keeping this ponytail around for another decade or so. I hope it sticks around. I really do. We'll see. But this is, again, guys and gals and pals, you are getting Matt Fink, Justin, and Ray Lloyd, as they are. Very honest human beings that really care about the world and the people in them. This is why they're part of this amazing tournament. And guys, remember, next Saturday night will be yet another amazing Second Chance Bowl night. We do have the great Eric Roberts, Cindy Pickett, Lenny Wilkins. We're talking about a 3-time Olympic gold medalist and Hall of Fame, one of the greatest coaches and NBA players of all time. Guys still to come, Stan Hansen, of course. A lot of great luminaries a part of this tournament. But again, thank them for giving you their time and their heart, because they do so on a consistent basis, and we appreciate them wholeheartedly. Ray, my question for you is the same, my friend. The year's 2025. Mankind has been granted a precious gift, a one-time visit into the future. You're permitted to visit your future self in the year 2050. You're provided 10 minutes to ask one question and one question only. You're eager to hear your question. What would you ask your future self and why? My friend, whenever you're ready.
Well, I'm 60 years old now, so I'd be, 85 then. So hopefully, as like Matt said, I hope I'm still here, and now that I know I've been granted this gift, I'm going to make sure to keep myself in better shape for the next 25 And one of the ways, of course, Avi, one of the people that's been, such a huge influence in my life, personally and professionally, was my great friend Diamond Dallas Page, whose success story in the wrestling business was one for the ages, and his work ethic and attitude got him to the point where he's now a Hall of Famer. And I always say about Dallas, he's kind of like my crazy big brother. He's he has an unbelievable work ethic, unbelievable loyalty. And one of the things that I learned from Dallas, well, from a lot of people, starting with my parents, but Dallas was one of those guys that I think you hear certain philosophies and you hear certain things throughout your life, and then it takes the right person to sometimes say it before it really sticks, and I was so fortunate to have great parents, growing up, and they taught my twin brother and I a lot of great life lessons, and they always raised us with a great open mind, to the world, which, growing up in Brunswick, Georgia, and South Georgia back in the 60s and 70s, there were a lot of closed-minded people in that area of the world, and both my parents were in law enforcement, in a profession where back then, especially, typically, people in that profession could be somewhat closed-minded, and my parents were not that, and it really allowed me and my brother to be able to learn lessons that my parents taught us, that as I grew older, I realized that a lot of people maybe that were from my world weren't necessarily taught those lessons and taught to be open-minded like we were. And but jumping forward, like I said with Dallas, one of the things that Dallas taught me that it resonated when Dallas said it to me was the fact of the importance of leaving a lasting legacy in whatever it is you do. And Dallas left a lasting legacy in the world of professional wrestling. If he never would have done anything else, he would have left an unbelievable legacy. He was 35 years old when he got into professional wrestling. Everybody said he was, he was way too old. He had some previous injuries. There was just no way this guy was ever going to have a chance of making it. He proved everybody wrong and became 3-time world champion when we were in WCW. And in professional wrestling, there's a saying that you don't necessarily win the world title. It's something that's more like awarded to you. And some of that's for your hard work and maybe because you deserve it, but it's more because you are the one who can fill the arena, and get people to want to pay to come see you. They invest emotionally and with their, I always say they invest with their time, their money, their resources, and their attention. If we can get those, if you're the person who can be that person, then typically that's the person the title goes to for whatever period of time. But Dallas could have rested on just his laurels of that. But after wrestling, when near the end of his active wrestling career, he had a career-ending injury, and there are 3 doctors that said there's no way you should wrestle again. Your body's not going to be able to take it. You can't get back to the point where you can put your body through that kind of damage. And ironically, his wife then, Kim, was into yoga, and she said, "Look, you need to maybe try some of this yoga that I'm doing." And he just said, if you know Dallas and his gruff voice, he was telling me the story like he's told to millions of people now. He's like, "Bro, like I wouldn't be caught dead doing yoga." Anyway, against even his better judgment, he did start doing some yoga, and long story short, it healed him. It physically healed him, and so along after that, he realized the benefits of being more open-minded to something that before he wasn't, and it allowed him to go on to create, which is now a world-renowned phenomenon, which is Diamond. His DDP Yoga, it was he originally named it Yoga for Regular Guys, and now it's called DDP Yoga. He calls it DDPY for short now. But he totally evolved into this person who now he changes people's lives, people that never even watched him wrestle. And I remember in 2013 he had worked for almost 10 years before it really caught legs. And we were in Atlanta, Georgia. He just moved back from LA to Atlanta, and he was in his new home. I was standing right there in his living room. He'd asked me to move back to Atlanta. My mom lived there, so that was, a pretty easy decision to help him kind of, start kind of, building the groundwork in Atlanta for this phenomenon that was starting to take off finally. And I remember standing there in his living room, and I said, Paige, I just can't tell you how excited I am for you and how proud I am of you to see this thing finally getting catching the traction that you always hoped it would. And he just said, I said, and your work ethic just, always amazes me, man. And he just said, he goes, bro, he goes, other than thanks, bro. He said, but he was like, bro, he says, what drives me to keep doing this? And I said, what? And he says, because I want to still be changing lives long after I'm gone. I want this stuff to be changing lives long after I'm gone. And I've always remembered that, and that was his point, was leave a legacy, leave a lasting legacy where you made an impact on other people's lives with what you do by living your passion, but also something that can benefit the world, benefit other people. It's like the old saying about planting a tree, plant a tree. And it's something that hopefully people will appreciate long after you're gone. People you'll never meet, because this tree will grow and it'll provide shade and maybe a little swing off the limb of the tree for some kid that we'll never even know. So that was his point, was do everything you can to leave a lasting legacy. And so that's what I've tried to do through my years as a school teacher, being so fortunate to have reached the highest level as far as my passion for professional wrestling and building a name that emotionally connected people to our business. And as we were talking about before we started recording, I was a fan of wrestling, which is why I got into wrestling, and I'll always be a fan first. And so the people that impacted me in the wrestling business are the ones who I felt like have left a lasting legacy. Some of them, like Dallas, he's still here and he's still building that legacy now every day. But there were people like Lou Thesz, who is, as we call the Babe Ruth of professional wrestling. He's 6-time world champion, but the guy who really personified what it meant to be a professional. He had movie star good looks. He was the real deal. When I met him, he was 76 years old, and for the last 10 years of his life, I got to watch firsthand how a true professional carried himself. And he taught me an awful lot about how to walk like a professional, speak like a professional, dress like a professional, engage people like a professional. He taught me so much of that stuff that a lot of that my parents had taught me. But once again, it didn't really resonate until someone else who I got to know on a different level, reiterated those same things. And that was a big thing with Lou, is that, leave a legacy that's going to impact people long after you're gone. And so, that's the thing that I look towards. And that's a question I would ask myself, in 2050 is like, hey, buddy, did you do exactly what, did you do what you set out to do, which is hopefully leave a legacy for the people who come behind you and people that will hopefully that you inspire somehow, some way to not only chase their dream, live their best life, but also share that with someone else too, pass it on, pay it forward, as they like to say. So, and there's so many great things that, like I always bring it back around to what I learned from my parents. And I remember, my dad died at a young age. He died at 57, 2 years after he retired from the Georgia State Patrol. And he had a pretty legendary career as a state trooper. But I never really knew how impactful he was to so many people. I got to see day to day because he was my dad. I got to see that firsthand a lot. But at my dad's funeral, he died unexpectedly of a brain aneurysm 2 years after retirement. Like I said, a young age, and it was the first major loss me and my brother ever had in our lives. At that, we were 30 years old at the time, so we were very fortunate to get to that point and not have had a really major loss in our family, and to come out of nowhere to the guy who we put on a pedestal above everybody, him and my mom. But I remember that the State Patrol, they sent down, there were six or eight troopers that went through trooper school with my dad, and they were pallbearers for my dad's funeral. And I remember the one of the high-ranking officials from the State Patrol came and spoke at my dad's funeral, and I'll never ever forget what he said. And I hope I can say this without getting emotional, but if I do, please forgive me. But he stood there and he talked about my dad. He talked about some great things personally, professionally that my dad did, and all that I kind of knew up to that point. And then he said something that just hit me like a ton of bricks, and it stuck with me. And I've told you this before, but he just said my dad's name was Harold Lloyd. He said, I don't know. Excuse me. He said, as I stand here today in front of all of you, I don't know who Harold Lloyd's best friend is or who his best friend was. He said, but I know there's several people here today who consider Harold Lloyd their best friend. And, it just, man, I tell you what, it just hit me in a way that nothing ever had, about that someone, would say that about, my dad. And it just, that moment when I had time to, as, we got past all the services and I had some time to really reflect those first few months after my dad passed away, that kept coming back to me. And I looked at it and I just thought, wow, like, in that message, what I took from that was my dad did a lot to help a lot of people and inspire them, encourage them in whatever way. And sometimes maybe he realized it, probably a lot of times he didn't realize the amount of encouragement he gave to people. And it just, that was a goal that I set for myself then was, I hopefully, can be, a lot of people maybe consider me their best friend. And I've been very fortunate to have a lot of great people in my life, but I don't do it to seek out to try to be someone's best friend or look at it to say, well, I hope they consider me their best friend. I just hope that I make enough of an impact that they they speak well of me, like maybe after I'm gone. So that's kind of the thing that I look at, and it's just I could go on and on about the people who also inspire me to want to leave a lasting legacy. But that's what it really comes down to me is if I could go jump forward 25 years, is just to check in on myself and say, hey, did you do what you set out to do? Do you feel like you have left that legacy that you were hoping to leave? And if not, you better get busy because Father Time might be catching up with you pretty soon. So yeah, that's kind of what my answer was when I first saw the question was that's what I thought of was leave a lasting legacy, and I really work hard every day to hopefully do that.
First off, thanks for letting the world know about your amazing father. We've spoken a lot about him. And I think there's something to be said about the apple not falling too far from the tree, because I can attest to the fact that many people consider you their best friend, and right here as well. But and so because of it's really because of the humanity. I think the one thing that I was jotting down behind the scenes, because I just jot stuff down, I like that everyone here doesn't allow their brain to overwhelm their heart, because sometimes we're conditioned, especially as men, to keep all of our internal thoughts and feelings and expressions locked away somewhere, and our brains take over. And I don't want to generalize or get on a soapbox, but I think in 2024, we need far more heart than brain. I think so. I give you all credit before I segue into topic number 2. And I do want to say this as well. I was jotting this down, that I think love is not some strong, fiery passion all the time. It's, on the contrary, it could be an element that's calm and deep. I think love can look beyond externals, and it's attracted by qualities. I think it's wise. I think it can be discriminating, and I think its devotion is real and abiding. And it's so very pure. And I appreciate you guys, again, lending everyone your hearts and souls. Thank you. Right now, we'll bring in our judges, who I know are clamoring in the back. We'll see which way they go. And, of course, our viewers as well, the engine that makes this thing go, as you guys and gals know. We appreciate all your comments. You guys are really all over the place on YouTube. You're on Facebook. Thank you for wherever you are. Thank you for giving us your time on a Saturday night. Let us know who you're voting for and why.
Tonight, I am voting for the person who was most clear in both what their question was that they would ask their future selves and the answer that would be told to them and brought back with them to the present time. And my vote tonight for topic 1 goes to Matt Fink.
First of all, thank you to all 3 gentlemen. This amazing display of intelligence, heart, and passion. With Phil, his question was, why bother having faith? What does it give you? And I was watching this beautiful pouring forth of this journey that your niece went through. Really quick, guys, before I finish my point, let's just make sure now, guys, you are voting. Okay, engine? So now is the time to start voting, guys. All right, as the judges are making their points, now is the perfect time to start voting. All right, so just putting that out there. So as I was saying, as you were sharing that beautiful journey of your niece who went through this really, difficult yet powerful, yet inspirational journey, what I realized is I believe through her, you saw a pure faith in humanity. And to me, that's beautiful. And I think that's something that she possessed. I think, what did it give you, that faith? It gave us a chance to get to know her, to share that story tonight. Matt, I loved his point about, being able to give something back to humanity in terms of whether or not climate change is an issue that's still affecting us 50 years later. I love the fact that he would give something back and help us. But ultimately, my vote's going to go to Ray. And the reason being is, again, this idea of getting some information and then giving something back to humanity. And I believe Ray that's something that he currently does as well. So in a sense, he's living his question. And I think that's something that I resonate with as well. So my vote goes to Ray.
Okay. This is a tough one. Since I've got to do it, you've got to do it. So keep those votes rolling in. Vote with what spoke to you. And I thank all three of these gentlemen, and I do thank them for, putting this out there and taking the time this evening. I think they ran straight to the heart of it. Avi said, what would you ask your future self? You've got 10 minutes to go 25 years into the future and ask yourself a question. I think a lot of thought went into it from each of these gentlemen. Justin, I think, did an excellent job explaining why he would ask his question. Basically, what value is faith? And it was never asked that you also create an answer. It's just what question. And I think Phil Justin showed that he doesn't have the answer, and that's why he would ask it. Matt went second, and I definitely applaud him for looking at the bigger picture and, asking a question that has the potential to affect our entire planet. And that is, 25 years from now, are we on track and beating back the negative effects of climate change? Are we going to leave a planet and a world for our grandkids, our great-grandkids, etc.? And I think Ray took a similar approach that, would have crossed my mind. I think a lot of people want to leave a legacy, leave the world better than they found it, and hopefully be remembered well for doing it, not for ego, but for the good that they did. And I think that's an important question. When I look at all three of these scenarios, I've got to go with the one that really touched me. And I'm, dealing with some things, nothing horribly tragic or anything, but it resonated with me. And I personally wonder that if you're wanting to leave a legacy, or if you're simply, you're really wanting to make sure that, the governments around the world or the world itself is heading in the right direction, that maybe that comes down to a question of personal faith. And maybe that is actually the true root of what everybody was looking for. And because of that, my vote goes to Justin this evening. So if you haven't yet, please cast your vote as well. We'll get these tallied up and we'll see who comes out on top this round. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Appreciate again the time that you've given us and your thoughts. Right now, we move over to topic number 2 again. We are going to essentially tally this thing. It's all cumulative, so top 2 vote getters after this final topic we'll move on to round number 2. And I know it sounds cliche and corny and cheesy, but there are no losers. That's not what this thing's about. Whoever doesn't move into round number 2 was someone we learned a lot about, someone who was very honest and real, be it Justin, Ray, or Matt. So, again, we all won at the end of the day. I truly feel that way. Topic number 2. It's a thought-provoking topic. And I feel like sometimes when life feels out of control, it could come from anxiety of not always having access to the driver's seat of life. So no matter how much we learn, no matter how much objectivity or logic or science points to one thing, our subjective experience will always win out. I think it's baked in. And I'm stating this to make clear that I don't expect or intend to change anyone's worldview with anything that follows this intro of sorts. I don't think I can. Not with something like this anyway. It's my own accepted logic and belief system that we're talking about something important here, and it's still done absolutely nothing to alter my own subjective experience. And I think that's how remarkably strong our subjective experiences are. Taking something in, processing it, not treating something as gospel. Going to school, listening to your professors, putting their opinions on a scale, going down the rabbit hole, discerning what fact and fiction are. It's beautiful to be able to do that. And that's a power and a strength we shouldn't take for granted. The question I have for all 3 gentlemen over here who are intelligent, kind, honest, very talented, and very successful, the question I have for all of you, and I'm going to rotate this thing around right now. I'll actually start with Matt first, and Ray second, and Justin third. The question is, do you think it's scarier to think about how much of our life is formed by things that are out of our control, or how much of our life is formed by things that are within our control? And you can go on as long as you'd like. Mr. Matt Fink, the floor is yours whenever you're ready, good sir.
Okay, well, I don't really try to have fear in life. I do my best to avoid the fear side of things and not to think, oh, what could happen in the future, and you can't do that. You have to live for the moment. If you made mistakes in the past, learn from them and move on. And that's how I live life. But I do think, a lot of the things that we bring into our lives, be it positive or negative, are caused by our own actions, of course. And responsibility and accountability for our actions frees us from regrets. Things that are out of our control are usually a learning and growth experience, I've found. And some people have life-changing events that change the course of their lives in an instant that's beyond their control. How you react to those things is, in a sense, still having some degree of control in the face of adversity. And we just have to, soldier on in the face of you know what I mean? And we've all been there. Now, lately, in the last few years, I've been looking at, I'm going to really kind of take a left turn here, guys, okay? I've been looking at the theory in quantum physics called the multiverse theory. And Hollywood has been bringing this out lately, I've noticed, in TV shows and movies. And, I love these questions because I feel like this question is kind of related to that, because Avi, as many of your listeners know, there are theories that there could be a multitude of our lives existing simultaneously in the multiverse. And if this theory is ever proven to be true, then that means that our different selves may have different life outcomes within those parallel worlds. Okay, everybody's going, what? What did he do? He was talking about what? Okay, so some of our listeners may be familiar with the recent sci-fi dramas like Dark Matter. I just finished watching that. It was fascinating, along with the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, which won Best Picture a few years ago. The premise for Dark Matter, though, is that this scientist, he's a physicist, he warps himself throughout the universe using this machine that, is using quantum theory and superposition to go into different parallel universes of himself, different places. And then there's this other version of himself that comes into his world somehow and tries to take over his life. And then he has to try to remove that guy later. Anyway, it's a big mess. It's very complicated. I highly recommend it. It'll, warp your brain. So this begs the question, are our individual lives preordained? If so, by whom? Is it God? What we believe to be God? And maybe not, or if not, it's part of God's plan, maybe. Can we control our outcomes in any given lifetime or frame in the so-called multiverse, if it exists? I've seen things in my own life where, you're proactive, you study hard, you work hard, and then the outcome is usually good, hopefully without any interference from outside forces, And then as we all found out, many of us became a victim of circumstance during the pandemic. The majority of the world became a victim of this awful thing. And we were all just kind of like, oh, shoot, I'm on hold. I can't do anything. As a musician, we had to cancel two tours in Europe and Japan for the revolution that year. It affected, the music industry was drastically affected, the entertainment industry. So these kinds of things happen, and they can affect society in a huge way. Somebody might, hit you, with a car. Just the other day, I had a guy who was supposed to be on a call with me for a technical issue I was having in my recording studio, and he didn't show up on the call. No warning, nothing. Yeah, a friend of mine said, yeah, that's really not like him to do that. It was a friend of mine who recommended him. Next thing we know, he had been hit riding his bike the other day. Fortunately, just a cracked rib, nothing else. Thank God the guy, and I just met this guy, him the other day via email or in a text. We were texting and scheduling this Zoom call. So that happened. Now, can we control our outcomes? Possibly to a certain extent. Are there multiple outcomes in each multiple life within those multiverses? That's what gets me thinking about multiverses. And are they preordained by God or whatever the life force that, like if we think about Star Wars or something, the Force, there's all that. There's religion in all this. There's spirituality in all this for sure. And we're just beginning to unlock and comprehend the true nature of the universe, in my humble opinion. And we still have no definitive proof that life exists outside of our solar system. And we can only theorize still until we get that definitive, whatever these new planet hunting, satellites that are out there. So aren't we, as Carl Sagan once said, aren't we just a pale blue dot in the middle of nowhere in our galaxy? And we have to, and this goes to the earlier question today, sharing the planet, sharing the resources, and being the steward of the planet and taking care of the planet. So one can argue that hard work and study can bring good outcomes for our careers, but what about relationships? Is it pure chance, luck, or destiny when or if you'll meet the right spouse or life partner? Being proactive with people you're attracted to helps, but it's still no guarantee that it will last. And it is what it is. Some of us get lucky. We find that right person in our life as a wife or a partner or a spouse, no matter what your, sexual orientation is. But I want to bring up one more point about this too, because Please. I have other people I know who are in the UFO research field. In fact, I'm having lunch with a friend who's written a book called The Space Pen Club, and it's all about that. And he was a publicist for a renowned UFO researcher.
And please take your time, sir.
Yeah. So what he has surmised about that whole side of things is that the beings that we are seeing, possibly some people claim they're having visitations, all that, they are not truly traveling through outer space. They're coming from parallel dimensions into our realm. And they have pretty much warned not only the military establishment, but other people on our planet that when we blow off our nuclear weapons, testing them, it interferes with their dimension because of the quantum physics nature of that, the atoms just boom, blowing up like that. There are invisible sides to this that we don't see with our senses, that these beings reside in these places, apparently. Now, I could be completely wrong. These are theories. These are people I know who are studying this. And as you've seen, we're being introduced to these ideas through the physicists and Hollywood. And, when Hollywood gets a hold of this, think about it. They brought UFOs in back in the late 70s with Steven Spielberg, so beyond, even earlier, but truly, even Spielberg brought in the renowned ufologist Jacques Vallée, was in the movie and used as a source for research on that film. So it's all interconnected. I truly believe this. We're spiritual beings. There's life force outside of ourselves, and we're here to learn. We're just we're all spiritual. We're all part of the whole fabric of the universe. That's it. That's all I have to say.
No. I wanted to tell you this, that it's fascinating because you're talking about the multiverse.
Yes.
Same conversation, different elements a week ago with a friend, my father's friend, who's become a fast friend of mine.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most mind-bending implication of the multiverse is the existence of doppelgangers.
Exactly.
And you mentioned it, right?
Yes.
Because,
yes.
Matt, if there's an infinity of universes, but a finite number of ways to arrange particles in any universe individually,
mm-hmm.
then the same patterns are bound to be repeated eventually. That would mean that at some incredible distance, there would be an exact copy of you listening to this now.
But doing something different, or maybe they did something different than that person did by variations of stuff.
There would be an infinite number of scenarios happening simultaneously.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Maybe, it is. It definitely is.
Maybe Prince is still alive in another universe.
Yes.
And the revolution never broke up.
The revolution never broke up. And maybe in 1994, 99, the Knicks actually won before breaking my heart. Since we're talking about our fathers, God almighty. My dad, who doesn't watch this show, doesn't have the internet. God bless him for not having the internet. Why not? But my father, if I were to be able to give him one gift, it would be to turn away from Game 7 of that 94 finals. Anyway, that's but yeah, it's a fascinating point. It's a fascinating
point. One more thing.
Yeah, please.
Deja vu. Some people say that the experience of deja vu was precipitated by this theory.
That would make sense. That would make
sense.
And
I'll tell you one thing, one more story.
Yeah.
I've seen UFOs. I won't get into detail.
Okay.
I've seen ghosts. I've had experiences, like paranormal experiences, more than one in my life. And one time when I was young, I think I was about 22 or so, I was in Boulder, Colorado. I walked into a nightclub. I'd just been in the studio recording with Prince and the band. And I walked into this club with somebody else from the group. And there was a guy on stage that me and my friend saw that looked just like me playing guitar, except I'm a keyboardist. This guy was on guitar. And I'm not kidding. It was the most eerie feeling seeing this guy. It was like it was like looking in the mirror.
Oh, wow.
Doppelganger experience. I don't know where it came from. It's probably just coincidence, but that's my only doppelganger experience.
Oh, so you had a doppelganger experience?
I think I did. Maybe
Ray and Justin, any doppelganger experiences? Or yes,
Justin.
I have seen ghosts, not necessarily a doppelganger. I have had paranormal experiences.
Okay.
It's hard to explain, but you feel it like deep in your heart, in your soul, in your bones.
Okay. Absolutely.
Quite a number of times.
So you've had that happen.
I would ask. I would also add that this theory of the multiverse.
Mm-hmm.
I believe we call that loops.
Oh, and what again?
He's referring to a script I wrote called The Lake. Yeah, the loops. Yeah, I explore.
Just thought I'd mention that.
In a screenplay that I wrote that we produced 2 years ago called The Lake series. We did that on Facebook. Ray, any experiences with the paranormal?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the same thing. I know just for, at the same time, I won't really get into any of that, but I will say this. One of the coolest things that ever happened to me ever was I was previously married. I'm engaged now to be married to Veronica, my fiance, which who Avi knows. But my late ex-father-in-law was one of the head people of the NTSB here, and I was living in Atlanta at the time. He was stationed there in Atlanta, former military, former law enforcement, and of course he was one of the top guys. And I just remember as we got to know each other and become very, very close, he sat me down and he just said, Ray, trust me. He said, I can't go into detail, but just know there's a lot of interesting stuff going on out there. I remember him saying that. And he said, if I were to share any of it with you, they'd have my head, but just trust me. There's a lot of interesting stuff going on out there.
That statement might be scarier than any detail he would have given.
Well, coming from someone who was on the inside, so to speak, who got to see things that we don't get to see and hear about, I took that very much to heart. That there's some strange, unusual things out there that maybe we may not ever be able to explain, but boy, there's surely some stuff going on.
I have some questions for you guys that have nothing to do with this topic because I'm glad Matt brought this up. I always think about this a ton, and as Justin alluded to, it could show in some of my works and screenplays. But observations. Have we ever given this following thought, any thought? At age 30, you've spent a month having birthdays. We ever given that thought? Think about that. When you reach 30, you've spent a month having birthdays. How about this?
You always have some insightful stuff, Avi. Now I'm going to get that out of my head now.
That's a little deep. That's a little deep. It's a little deep there. I want to ask a question for Matt, Ray, and for Justin. Letting something sit for 2 minutes is yes or no the most ignored instruction among microwave users. Can you actually let something sit for 2 minutes? I can't.
Absolutely not.
I can't.
Yes, no.
I can't. At 1 minute 54, I got to take it out. I can't wait the full 2 minutes. That's just me.
I don't think I ever have. I mean, I've never made it to the 2 minutes.
Never made it to 2 minutes.
Nope.
Well,
this is a question. What's that, Matt?
Do I get to answer the question?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. Yes, I do wait for the I follow directions.
2 minutes.
I do.
I envy that.
I'm kidding. No, actually, what I do is I take it out of the microwave, or I make sure I'm kind of doing something after the timer goes off. I make sure I got to pour this and the glass.
Right,
I got to do that. I kind of make sure there's a little extra time. So it's usually about a minute to cool off.
But doesn't it feel like when you're doing that, like you're in a James Bond film because you're looking at the clock while you're doing all the other stuff and hoping that doesn't get out in time? You almost like treat it like a game. You want to get everything ready before the microwave is done. I mean, you want to get everything out.
No, I'm good with the bomb going off.
You're good with that.
Okay.
A couple of other.
If it happens, it happens. Go ahead.
There's some observations here I want to ask you guys. Let me know what you think. So, again, this isn't to be crude or rude or anything. If someone farts at a poker tournament, no one will ever know who did it 99% of the time. True or false?
Only you, Avi.
Only you, Avi.
Here's the thing: if someone you could definitely keep it a secret, because if someone says, "Hey, who cut it," and nobody fesses up, then it's just if everybody says deadpan and poker face throughout,
that's it.
You're screwed, and it's like, and you just have to go. You guys are such.
That's so true.
Don't do and that would be that. But no, I mean, would someone fess up? Would you fess up if you were the guy?
No, I would never fess up. I would never fess up.
All right, just wondered.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't. A couple more of these. Have we ever thought about this? That the object of golf is to play the least amount of golf. Think about it. That's golf in a nutshell.
Yep.
That's true.
Yes.
Yeah. That's true.
That's the object of the game.
The least amount of strokes, the least amount of golf has to be played.
Do you know what golf
true or
stands
false,
for?
Justin? Justin, I know this with some of the food that you and I speak about as well. From your background, is lasagna just spaghetti flavored cake?
No.
No, it could be. It's not. I mean, look how the dimensions, the texture, the taste. No. Okay.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking
I'm
about?
asking. I'm just asking what you think.
Forget about it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Let
But
me
I'll
ask
never
you
look.
a
Yeah, I'll never look at the lasagna the same again now.
Nah, this is going to hurt me. Avi, you know what golf stands for?
Tell me.
Gentlemen only, ladies forbidden.
I had no idea.
Golf
like
was
that.
first created back in Scotland. Women were not allowed on the golf course. So they called this
I didn't
game
know that. Wow.
Gentlemen only,
That's
ladies forbidden.
Wow.
I'm a wealth of useless trivia.
No, I'm going to use that. I like that. Yeah.
Well, I got one about golf. How many dimples are in a standard golf ball?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That's a very good question.
Yeah,
My answer is I don't know.
Anybody? Anybody?
No idea.
Anybody?
750.
No, but I will tell you this. This is what's so cool, and I'm going to bring something about Prince up back in the 1980s.
Sure.
I asked him point blank. I knew the answer. I said, Prince, he doesn't play golf, because he used to make fun of me because I played golf. He's a basketball guy. I said, how many dimples? Can you guess how many dimples there are in a golf ball? And he got the answer right within like 3 seconds. He said, he went 360. Because he just thought in his mind, like a golf ball being around is 360 degrees.
Sure.
He just threw that out there and was right. I don't think I said, did you actually know that answer?
Did that irritate you a little bit? Did that irritate you a little
bit? It did irritate me. and then he wouldn't admit whether he really knew that or not. He just to mess with me.
So that's the correct number, 360. Okay, good enough.
I could be wrong. There may be some manufacturers that changed it now due to whatever they're doing with AI.
Sure.
AI dimple golf balls.
Right.
Yeah.
The exact number that makes it fly the farthest. Okay, that's it.
So to all the Prince fans, there you go. Again, to add to his legend, that's great. That's a great story. Last thing, guys and gals, we're going to kick it over to Mr. Ray Lloyd. Same question. Then we're going to round things out with Justin. The last 10% of a tube of toothpaste lasts about as long as the first 90%. We try to hold on to that last bit for like a month, don't we?
Yeah.
Try to do our best.
Yeah.
We were all guilty of that, I'm assuming. Guys, I'm going to ask a very loaded question right now. It's the same question, and this has everything to do with something a bit thought-provoking, something we can delve deeply into, or perhaps anything that speaks to you, Ray. Do you think it's scary to think about how much of our life is formed by things that are out of our control, or how much of our life is formed by things that are within our control? Floor is yours whenever you're ready, my friend.
Okay, yeah. Well, first of all, Matt, I thought some of the stuff you said was just really, really cool stuff to going into the multiverse stuff. I think that's the kind of stuff that I can sit down with a beer and a cigar and talk about that all night, and listen to someone like you who really delves into it. I could do that all night, because I just think that's the coolest stuff in the world, and the conversations that come from talking on that level about things like that those are very, very cool things to me. So I appreciate you sharing that. But obviously, and a lot of my thoughts are very similar to Matt's, and maybe to what Justin will say, is that I do believe there are certain things, obviously, that we can't control, but a lot of the stuff that happens in our lives, we can control. And going back to what you said, Matt, about accountability, a lot of times, if we are proactive and we have game plans for certain things, there are a lot of things that do happen that are within our control. And I remember one of my mentors saying, that whether you want to realize it or not, where you are right now is a result of mostly the result of your decisions you made right now, not necessarily what's happened to you. It's the decisions you made have kind of, for the most part, put you right here where you are right now, wherever that is in your point of your life. And I in my experiences, that's been true, and there are times when I was at certain places and I thought, wow, I'm here because I've made some really good decisions that have put me here. And there's times when I've been at places and I realized that, man, when I assess why I'm here, maybe at a lower point in my life, or just at a point where I didn't realize I would be here consciously, I go back and I start looking at things I did, decisions I made. I realized, you know what? Yeah, I'm pretty much here because of the decisions I made and decided to do this or decided not to do that. But one of the things that I thought of when I read the question was that as far as doing things that we can't control, and Avi, this because I talked several times about, like I said earlier, about the people that have just, I've been so fortunate to have so many great, influential, positive people in my life throughout my life. And one of those being a gentleman named Chip Smith, who I met when I was about 16 years old. And Chip to this day is considered one of the top sports performance trainers in the world. He's actually been given the name years ago, the Godfather of sports performance. I mean, he's trained well over 3,000 NFL athletes, which is what he's best known for. But he's trained Major League Baseball, Olympic athletes, world-class ballerinas. I mean, he's trained just about every type of athlete you can train. What he's most known for is his NFL combine training, though. That's where he really developed his reputation in the industry. And every year when he does his NFL combine class, he gets anywhere between 40 to 60 of the best college football players to come train with him and his son and his son-in-law at their facility in Atlanta. And I tried very, very hard to be there on his first day when he has the first day of some of these young athletes already become household names because of the type of college career they had. And but he tells them all the very same thing. He has the same speech he gives every year right before he starts training them. And he basically says, gentlemen, like, here's what I know we cannot control. You and I can't control even if you will get drafted. We can't control who will draft you. We can't control what round you'll get drafted in. If you'll get drafted at all, you may end up signing as a free agent or not even that. We can't control any of that. I can't control how much money you'll be offered. None of that stuff can we control. What we can control are the things like your attitude, your work ethic, as you said, Matt, earlier, your accountability, your level of participation. All of these things we can control. And what I've learned over the years of doing this for so long is that if we get really, really good at working on the things that you can control, the other things tend to kind of take care of themselves and fall into place. However that will happen. But if we concentrate on, if you waste time worrying about if you're going to go here or here, or if you're going to get drafted in this round or this round, then all that stuff that you can't control is going to consume you, and that's going to keep you from getting better at the things you can control. And I've always, when I heard that speech, when he gave that and this was decades ago when I first heard it, it just always sticks with me, because every time I start to think that for some reason things are happening to me that the world's, got it out for me or whatever, I realize that, you know what, there's a lot of stuff that's within my control that I can do about this. And some of it is immediate, some of it is a little, some short term, some long term. But if I sit down and make the assessment, there's a lot that I can control about where I want to go with stuff. And concentrating on that is going to keep me in the right kind of mindset to work towards that. And it may not happen on exactly the same timeline that I want, but if I keep concentrating on things I can control, then good things are going to happen no matter what. And then hopefully good things lead to more good things. And hopefully the outcome is what I want. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. And then you step back, sometimes you reassess and you work again on the things that you can control. But that being said, one of the other things that I've learned in life about whether you can or can't control is how you react to what does happen, whether it's something you planned on or not. And I go back to Diamond Dallas Page. One of the greatest philosophies that Dallas has to this day, and I'm sure you guys can see. It's easy to see the impact he's had on me because I talk about him all the time. Is that he always says, "Bro, can't always control what happens to you, but you can always, always, always control how you react to it. And whether it's positive or negative, you control that. And a lot of whether or not you will stay on your journey or not, or on the path, as he likes to say, is how you react to what happens to you." And his big thing, because of the yoga and all that he's studied, his big thing is just breathe, bro. Just breathe. And he says, I don't care how worked up you get, just stop and take 10 deep breaths. Stop and take 10 deep breaths. And I promise you, you'll be in a different place after those 10 deep breaths than you were in the moment of making maybe a decision that may or may not be a good decision. And I tell you, the guys that are in my inner circle that we know and love Paige, there are times when he says things that we kind of roll our eyes at, like, oh, there goes some of Paige's philosophy again. But I tell you, 99% of the time, he's spot on. But yeah, so that's the main thing is that, yes, there are things that we can't control, and there's a lot that we can control. And mainly by focusing on the things that we can control, a lot of good things will happen. It doesn't always work out the way we want, but we are able to basically create a path, and hopefully we can stay on that path by concentrating on those things that we know we can work on and that we have the control over, and not let the things we can't control consume us. Because I've been guilty of that. I still am. Sometimes it still seeps in, and I try very, very hard to stay with that philosophy. But the one thing that I always go back to, and I hear in my head all the time, is just Dallas always saying, remember, bro, you can control how you react to things. And And so that's whether it is something you planned on or something totally out of the blue you didn't plan on, you control how you react to it. So that's mainly my take on it, Avi, is just try very hard to have things in your life that more concentrate on the stuff that you can control and navigate, and then the stuff you can't control, work really hard on how you react to it.
I love that. And you're not required to define your passion to anybody. That's not a
Right,
requirement.
right. Yeah.
And I love how when you put all of those principles in place and you articulate them, I've applied a lot of those. Breaking the Ice, Glacier, Ray Lloyd, of course, our show. We've been hosting the show for a very long time. It's returning very soon. And a lot of those principles that you would delve into on Breaking the Ice, I would find myself applying, and they would help me, especially something under our nose like taking those 10 deep breaths. It sounds so simple by nature.
It does.
And then I'm like, oh, gosh, I didn't do it. Maybe I should. And it helps.
Yeah, it does. It does. And once again, when he told me that for the first time, that's one of those eye roll moments I had.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, Paige, come on, don't tell me to deep breathe, please. But it works. I promise you it works.
It does. You're right. I can attest to that, too. You're right. Guys and gals and pals, again, thank you for giving us your time here. This is the TKN Celebrity Tournament Second Chance Bowl. Round number 2 is upon us. We have over 100 Hall of Famers from world of music and sports, not to mention Oscar, Grammy, Tony, Golden Globe, AMA, WGA, and Olympians, all competing for the pride and the prize. Round number 2 kicks off very, very soon. And in case you want to know who faces who, we'll have a special broadcast in a couple of weeks with over 30 to 40 different guests that will find out, just like you do in real time, who they'll be paired off against in round number 2, all randomly. We're gonna have 6 rounds in total. Somebody had asked me that. 6 rounds in total. We're taking our time. We're enjoying this thing. And of course, guys, at the end of the day, we're learning by listening and loving, and that's an important thing to do. Again, thank you again for Mr. Matt Fink, Justin, and Ray Lloyd. Before we wind it down, this second and final topic, Justin, I will ask you the same question, my friend. Question is, do you think it's scarier to think about how much of our life is formed by things that are out of our control, or how much of our life is formed by things that are within our control? The floor is yours, good sir.
Okay. Now, a lot of the things that are not on control can bring a feeling of foreboding. I mean, you could be driving down the road, get a flat tire. It's not in your control. But you put your spare on, you get moving, you get that tire fixed. Other things are a little more drastic. Natural disasters, the weather. Those are things not in our control that can be devastating. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to go hide in a cave to avoid these things. I'm going to live my life. Now, the things in my control can be even scarier because you have to make the decision. You have to make the choice. As my colleague, Mr. Lloyd, said, every decision you make today changes your tomorrow. And every decision you've made over your lifetime has brought you to where you are right now. So when the choice is yours, the situation is in your control, you have to make a decision. You have to live with it. You can't blame somebody else. You can't say you dropped that fly ball because the sun was in my eyes. You have to own it. Imagine, if you will, you're walking down a path in a beautiful, lush green forest. You come to a fork. Which one do I take? The one on the left, the one on the right? All right, let's take the fork on the right. And it winds down and you end up at a beautiful lake. Cool breeze blowing, swans swimming in the lake, bass are jumping. I mean, you just scored big time. Now, what if we took the fork on the left? We walk along for a while and we wind up faced with this wall of thorny briar. Now, there's no turning back. Already made the decision. You got to get in there and deal with it. That's what makes it more challenging, because your decision is what you have to live with. And some of these decisions could change your life. Some are very minor. Should I wear the short sleeve black t-shirt today or the cut-off black t-shirt today? Who cares? You just get on with your life. Some decisions will affect you for years. I'll give you an example. We're going to go back in time a little bit to when I was in college. I was with the theater group, and a lot of us used to hang out together. One day, one of my fellow thespians brought this girl with him. She was the sister of a good friend of his. She was thinking about coming to Iona. I'm sorry, I went to Iona College. She was thinking about coming to Iona. She was a performer, storyteller, dancer. She wanted to see what things were like. She came to one of our plays. And the minute I saw her, I fell in love. Not lust, love. And I kept quiet. She hung around pretty often. And every time I look at her, I would just go, oh my God. I need her. I want her. She was so beautiful. Beautiful eyes, a smile that could light up the darkest room, and talent and wisdom and compassion and wit and humor. And I just would say to myself, why would she possibly even think about going out with me? I just stayed quiet. Several months go by. We, parted ways, whatever the scheduling was. We didn't really see each other. And I come to find out that she was madly in love with me, but was afraid to say something. So I made a decision. The situation was well in my control, if you can say control. But the decision I made to remain quiet cost me possibly the love of my life, my true soulmate, because that's how I felt. Just for the lack of saying, hey, I kind of dig you. Yes, we said things like dig back in the 70s when I was in college. I could have said something as simple as, would you like to see a movie with me? Go out for a cup of coffee, anything. If I'd said anything, my life would have changed. But I didn't. And that's why I feel that situations within your control are scarier, because the decisions are yours. You make the decision, you live with the consequences. Sometimes they're good, sometimes not so good. And that whole situation back then when I was at college prompted me to write some lyrics. It seemed that life was easy when my years had numbered 15, being someone else's hero way up high on the movie screen. Things are much more different now. I've been put through so many changes. I've seen love from the other side. It's crazy times and rearranges. So as I go through the rest of my life, I know that every decision I make is mine and mine alone. And again, I'm not going to go become a hermit just to avoid having to make a decision, but live my life and hope I make the right decisions. But it is a daunting task, I tell you. And with that, I yield my time.
That's beautiful. And I think we could all relate to that story. I mean, at one point in our lives, gosh, if we could go back, if we could have said this or approached someone and lent them our heart. Thank you for sharing that. Phil, you know this. I play chess, and in chess, there's a situation during the game that's known by the wonderfully German word Zugzwang. And that's when a player cannot make a move without worsening his or her fate. There's no solution that can eradicate the problem in this move. There's no way for a player to win. At that point, the player can keep resisting or accept the futility of the situations and resign. And with that, I almost wish, because of that, we somehow had the ability to teach ourselves our last lessons in life first. I wish we could.
Oh, boy.
I wish we could. But you know what? Then I started thinking about this. We wouldn't be prepared for that if we were our younger selves. We wouldn't be able to without wisdom. So what if we are providing this smorgasbord and wide array of information to our younger selves without being able to process and apply anything because we haven't gained wisdom?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's a refreshing feeling. Maybe it's really good to know that at the end of the day, whatever we try to absorb, we can't apply because we haven't experienced life.
Yeah.
So that's kind of refreshing. That kind of makes you feel a bit better. Hey, you know what? Okay. I wouldn't be able to probably do anything with that information anyway as a youngster. So, but thank you again for providing us with your thoughts there. And guys and gals, before we depart, we're going to depart right now. I want to give everyone a chance to have a solo layout talk about anything they want to our viewers directly, and of course, exchange a couple of comments with me as well. Please, once again, thank Matt Fink, Justin, Ray Lloyd for giving us their time, their heart, their energy, their purpose, their mind, their soul. Anything you want to let our viewers know one-on-one, you'll be able to do so. But before that happens, anything you guys like to say to one another, please.
Yeah, I'll go. Go ahead,
Ray. Go ahead, Ray.
Okay, well, yeah, I just wanted to say that one, I mean, I've had every time I do this, I have a blast. I really do, and meeting new people and new friends is one of the coolest things about it. And I'll just say, Justin, man, listen, after that story, you surviving that wreck, that says a lot about how tough you are as a person. And I just know, like, if I'm anywhere and the stuff goes down, I'm on whatever side you're on, I'm on.
I like you.
And Matt, as we were saying earlier before we started recording, or us coming on here, is that coming up during the '80s, high school, college, the music that you guys created was such a great part of the '80s, which for my life was the greatest 10 years of my life were the '80s. And as I didn't mention to you earlier, but I have a very, very specific memory in my head when me and three of my buddies we're all teammates in college, and we're all just going down the road in Valdosta, Georgia, where we went to college. And I remember specifically stopping the corner of Patterson Street. There was a sandwich shop on the left, and we were just rocking out to 1999, man. I tell you, I just thank you so much for some just great memories that the music you guys made provided. And I just had such a blast getting to talk with you and know you're here today. So thank you guys so much. And Avi, I don't know what I can say that hasn't already been said, bro. I mean, I love you like family, and I'm so glad that we met years ago. And I'm so proud of you for what you do here. And like I said, week in and week out, 52 weeks a year, bro. I just most people couldn't do that, and you find a way to do it and still lead a full life outside of this, which I don't know how you do it, man. I really don't. But I respect you and admire you on a level that I'm not sure you even know. But and I'm just so grateful for our friendship, bro.
Likewise, the feeling's 100% mutual, man. To know you is to love you, and I appreciate what you do for everybody. Whether it be a stranger who is essentially grateful for a handshake and a smile, or your friends and your family, you are consistently good in a time where we need that. So thank you for being you, my friend. Love you, man. Absolutely.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, guys.
Without question.
Yeah.
Matt?
Thank you very much for having me on, Avi. And you're probably don't watch a lot of TV. That's how you're able to do everything, right?
That's right.
You don't waste time on television.
No.
And I wish I could say the same. I watch too much. I'm into fun shows like Dark Matter. But
no,
anyway.
we've learned a ton from you, man. I'm
going to check that out now. Seriously.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Dark Matter.
Good. Yeah. So it was an interesting. It's a little bit of a mind bender, but it's
sure.
Fun. And but no, it's great meeting you guys, Ray, Justin. I mean, what a pleasure to be here with you, and your answers were wonderful and insightful and heartfelt.
Same here, bro.
Really, really great. So may the best men move on to the next round.
Absolutely. Mr. Justin?
Yeah, first of all, Avi, thank you so much for putting this whole thing together. This has been incredible. As for this match, I don't think I could have faced two better people. Wonderful human beings.
Yeah.
Bright, brilliant, honest. And honesty is something we definitely need more of in this world. It was an absolute honor and a pleasure to battle it out with you two. And
hey, same here, Justin.
Same here, buddy.
Yeah.
Thank you both so much for allowing me to share with you, and I certainly enjoyed hearing both you guys share your thoughts, and man, I could not have asked for a better day, a better night, a better life. So thank you all for giving me this opportunity, and hopefully I'll see one of you in round 2.
There you go.
Never know. Right. Who knows?
Never know.
Who knows? But either way, it was an absolute pleasure.
It's up to the multiverse now. It's up
That's
to
right.
the multiverse.
Yes. Yes.
Which one of us in which multiverse will get to the next round?
Hey, Matt, it might have happened already. Who knows? You
Yeah,
never know.
maybe.
We may have done it 5 times already. Who
There you go.
knows?
That's right.
Well,
That's right.
Justin, I
This is
appreciate your
great.
heart, my friend. I'm going to put you backstage, Ray for backstage for a moment. I'm going to have Matt Fink mention anything he'd like to our audience as well. Then I'll bring in Ray. I'll bring in you, Justin, afterwards. Thank you again. Guys and gals, you're looking at the cream of the crop as human beings. Ray Lloyd, again, it doesn't come any better as a human being. Justin, what a friend, what a brother. And Matt, enjoying getting to know you and really appreciating our friendship, appreciating your honesty and who you are. Anything you'd like to let the viewers know right now, my friend? The floor is yours solo.
Well, I'm just up to my old bag of tricks, which is, producing people here we're in my studio right now. I've been working with different artists from around the planet lately, doing session work. The revolution is hopefully going to be active here shortly. We just finished those 2 shows, as I mentioned earlier, on the 21st and 22nd, and we're looking to come to some like Los Angeles and New York and Chicago and Atlanta, Detroit, the bigger cities that we can get away to. And that's about it, really. I mean, I'm playing with a few people locally too, doing some local gigs, and I'll be playing at the Basilica Block Party August 3rd here in Minneapolis, which is a big festival event. And I'll be working with a group called St. Paul and the Minneapolis Funk All-Stars, which are comprised of Prince alumni players and artists that worked with Prince over the years.
That's really cool. And I know that a lot of our fans will be looking into that as well.
Yeah. You can check the website, St. Paul and the Minneapolis Funk All-Stars.
Guys and gals, I'm going to continue mentioning that on our broadcast because, again, if you could come out, lend your support, enjoy the music. Man, from the heart, thank you for inspiring people. Thank you for teaching people, and thank you for remaining human because we need that today. Thank you for being a friend, my friend. I appreciate you being here, and I will see you very soon.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Take care.
You too, my friend. Guys and gals, again, man is almost going to be on tour. Really, just like Ray and Justin took these topics, went down the rabbit hole. We appreciate Matt for who he is. And right now, guys and gals, I want to bring in a gentleman who, again, is a scholar, a Renaissance man. It is true. I will embarrass him by all these compliments that I bestow upon him. He needs to hear that all the time because you know what, guys? He is the real deal. But these they don't quite fit. There's nothing wrong with these shades, Ray, but I think I was alluding to this earlier. I think these might be a bit more appropriate right now. Don't you think?
There you go. Absolutely, man. The great shade of Glacier Blue. I love it.
Glacier Blue. You sent that to me a while back. I love these. Man,
I still have mine. I have mine in the car right now.
And you have yours. And maybe one of these days, fans can have. You never know.
Yes, absolutely. We got a little something in the works, maybe, so we can make these available to fans, maybe.
Ray, I gotta say this because I know tonight was about the topics, but when it comes to being able to fulfill a dream, and we talk about this on the phone, my friend, you've done it. John Carpenter said it best. He doesn't know how people are even able to complete the filmmaking process. You made a film. You didn't compromise your vision. You didn't compromise your belief, all the way from casting to the script to production to post-production. My friend, you made one hell of a great film, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you, bro. And it has been a journey, and we're both big fans of John Carpenter. And there's another thing that he said, which I love, is because I've learned for it firsthand. I've learned it to be true is that making a film is an act of courage,
right?
and it is. I can attest to that. But but boy, it's been a great journey too, and we're at the point now where we're finalizing everything with our distribution company, and if we stay on schedule, the film The Unbreakable Bunch will debut on all streaming services around November. Hopefully early November, right, going into the holiday season. And obviously, I'll keep everybody updated here on TKN with that as well. But yeah, that was the one thing I was just going to try to just talk a little bit about is that The Unbreakable Bunch is it's a film that combines, as I say, the two movies, the original like Magnificent Seven and They Live, which was a great sci-fi movie directed by John Carpenter, and it starred the great Roddy Piper, one of our colleagues. We brought those two concepts together into a film that actually paints the pro wrestling business in a very positive light, which it really hasn't been a movie that we felt did that. So we figured, you know what, we'll go out and we'll make that movie. And there's tons of Hall of Famers and legendary wrestlers in this movie, along with some amazing actors that very recognizable actors from other TV shows and films. It's just a great ensemble cast. It's a movie that I always say in 3 words that we, when I described the film, that my co-producing partner, Steve Luther Wilson, really what came up with this is the 3 words that describe our film the most are camaraderie, friendship, and loyalty. And in a movie that has pro wrestling and science fiction, you don't really probably think of those 3 words at first, but that's a great part about the story is we took this amazing story and we encapsulated that philosophy of friendship and camaraderie into that story to make it very entertaining, make it a very fun ride, and a movie that we feel is very family friendly. And I always say that, you know, if you watch the trailer of the movie, and if there's nothing in the trailer that would bother you or offend you, then I promise you it won't be in the movie either. So and you can go to our website, which is theunbreakablebunchmovie.com. Once again, it's theunbreakablebunchmovie.com. And it's also our website, or excuse me, all our social medias under that, and also our YouTube channel. Please go to our YouTube channel, The Unbreakable Bunch Movie, and like some of our videos, mainly the trailers, because we really want to try to get the word out on the trailers. So there's a 30-second teaser trailer, and there's a little bit longer, minute-long trailer. But you'll get a great idea of what the movie's about and who all is in it. And hopefully you'll come out and support it. We feel like we've made a movie we can be very, very proud of. And like I said, the easiest way to describe it is a very fun ride of a movie that doesn't take itself too seriously, but has a lot of great recognizable names and faces in it. And it's a movie that we had never really seen done before. And so that's one of the reasons that drove us to keep working so hard to get it completed and put it out there to the world. Something that, once again, as I mentioned earlier, I hope it's something that will outlive me and keep entertaining people long after I'm gone. So, and I hope to keep making more movies to put out there, movies that we're proud of, that will entertain audiences and make them feel good about being a fan of film, is to sit down and enjoy a movie that's a good, fun ride that you know, doesn't take itself too seriously, but also is very tongue in cheek and just a movie that is a good time and isn't a waste of someone's 90 minutes, because we take that very seriously. If someone sits down to watch our film, we want to make sure they're really entertained, and because they're giving us, as I say, some very important things. They're giving us their time, their attention, and their resources by investing in paying to watch the film, and whether that's through a monthly streaming service or whatever. And we take that very seriously. So once again, theunbreakablebunchmovie.com. Please check it out. I'll be back and forth with Avi here, talking a lot more about it between now and November. But just know we made this movie for mainly for the pro wrestling fan out there, because we know that the pro wrestling audience, they live through so much stuff that is thrown out there as far as what's bad and negative and dark about the wrestling world. We want to put something really good, positive, and fun out there that would make people very proud to be a pro wrestling fan and very proud to be a fan of great action, adventure, sci-fi film. So check it out whenever you can, theunbreakablebunchmovie.com. Thanks so much, Avi.
I love it. You know, and I was going to say, I'm a fan of the term motion pictures. We don't say that as often as we should.
Absolutely, yeah.
But this is one great cinematic piece that I think, as you mentioned, anyone can take in, anyone can enjoy. There's so many different genres that are represented, and at the heart of it is a story that has just that. It has heart. You know, the action, adventure, and sci-fi is the backdrop, but the humanity is something that you guys prioritize, which I love.
Yeah, and it's one thing that, you know, that it's my life philosophy. You know, and I know, and Luther's as well. When we sat down to start doing this, and I know it's yours too, is to you know, to value that and not take that for granted, the camaraderie and the friendship and you know, the loyalty that comes from meeting people who are like-minded people who are passionate about what you're passionate about. And that's really a big part of this story. Is if you're a singer, if you're a songwriter, if you're a reporter, if you're a teacher or whatever, just think about the value of getting to be able to get around other like-minded people who love what you love. And that's the essence of this story, is all these professional wrestlers who came into the wrestling business because they love pro wrestling. They became a professional in that industry, became some of the top ones in their industry. But because of their individual love for the same thing, it brings together a group with a very, very close, tight-knit bond. And that's all because they discover there's other really, really good people who love what they love. And because of that, as they say, birds of a feather flock together, and that's what this movie's about, is that camaraderie that gets developed from meeting people who are like-minded like you are, no matter what it is in the world. We use wrestling as the backdrop for that.
Absolutely.
But I think people will feel that. I hope they do.
I think they will. Yeah, there's definitely so many moments that I've seen that you were gracious enough to send me. I was blown away. And guys and gals, in case you want to know, a little trivia, a lot of the scenes shot one take. I mean, God Almighty, some great performances from Glacier Ray Lloyd, Larry Zbyszko, Luther Wilson, Ernest Miller, Diamond Dallas Page, who has a part. Stan Hansen's there, Tonga, just incredible talent across the board.
Yeah, it really is. And some great actors as well. Julia Denton, who's our female lead in the film, has worked alongside of Paul Rudd, Jennifer Aniston. I mean, she's an amazing actress. Adam Minarovich, if you're a fan of The Walking Dead, you'll remember Adam. His character was in the first couple of seasons where he played Ed, Carol's character Carol's abusive husband. And of course, the character of Carol, she carried through the entire however many seasons there ended up being, like 12, I think. So we have some great recognizable actors in the film that really, because what they do very well as professional actors, when we brought what we brought to the table as far as our abilities, it's that old saying that rising tide lifts all ships, and we wanted to surround ourselves with the best actors we could to help elevate our performances, and I felt like we did a really good job of that.
There's no doubt, and I want to say this again before you depart. In your life's journey, thank you for teaching and being there for so many students. As a former educator myself. Thank you for always. Yeah. And you've never, ever allowed anything that a child could benefit through your teachings. You've never allowed any of that to somehow get compromised by administration or by the powers that be. Yeah. You are a teacher, my friend, and you are also someone who gives back so much. I want to say this. I think the ultimate present is your presence. I mean that. And I can say that for someone who's been with you like face to face for about 3 days. You are present, my friend. You are a gift. Absolutely.
Thank you, bro. And I feel the same way. And just to be able to do this show and work with, like you said, fun people like Justin and Matt, that's a true gift too. It really is. And so once again, my hats off to those guys. And I really, seriously, and I mean this with all my heart, is that obviously I know that this being a competition, it's one person advances. But when I sat down to do this, I really looked at the winning, part of it is something that kind of falls a little bit even further down the list as far as why I enjoy doing this. Is the best things I take from it are you and I get to spend time together, obviously, but meeting new people like Justin, like Matt, and being able to talk about all these great stuff, the great topics we get to talk about. But then, like I said, knowing that there's a competition that we're all there kind of for the competition, but we're also there for the camaraderie. And the friendship and just the trading of war stories and things like that. So there's all that stuff that I look forward to. And if things fall into place and where, I quote, advance or win or whatever, then that's awesome. That's just almost like a little bit of icing on the cake. But there's so much other great stuff that comes from this. And that's really what has motivated me to continue to enjoy being a part of this, is just all that other great stuff that comes with it. That's above and beyond the quote unquote winning or advancing.
That speaks to me, man. You really hit it there, my friend. I feel the same exact way. Man, guys,
that being said, I do want to win.
Of course. There we go. Absolutely.
Because I am a competitor, but seriously, just I didn't mean to cut you off there, bro. Sorry.
Oh, no. I love what you just said. Eric Bischoff is part of the tournament. He said something similar. Larry Holmes, again, the camaraderie, being able to win means that you can get to advance and meet even more luminaries.
Yeah.
Talk about
I love the way you said that earlier. Yeah. That's awesome.
My God, it's going to be great. And guys, again, Breaking the Ice with Glacier Ray Lloyd live. We'll be returning at some point very soon as well. We'll keep you posted with that.
Absolutely.
With dates, of course. Man, thank you for joining us again tonight, my friend.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, man. I have a blast every time, and I'm so happy and so pumped for you. I mean, you're battling through, just like we all do at some point. A little bit of health stuff here and there, and you keep going. You find a way the show kept going, even though I know there were a couple of times where personally you had to step back just because you got to heal up, but the show itself, push forward, and that's just a testament to your commitment to this, and it's you live by example, bro, and it's something that motivates all of us to want to be a part of this with you.
Thank you, my brother. That means the world to me.
Well, I mean it sincerely, bro. I'm not just saying it.
My friend, you have a great rest of the weekend. Thank you for being who you are. And we're going to find out shortly who advances.
Thank you, bro. Same here. And thank you, everybody who tuned in tonight. Thank you, judges, for listening through all of our stuff here. And obviously, I know you guys will make whatever you feel is the best decision. And I don't envy you because I think it's going to be pretty tough. So I think we all made great cases tonight.
Without question. Love you, man. Have a great rest of the weekend.
Love you too, bro. Take care.
Bye-bye. Man, Justin, I'm not going to give you much right now because you're going to be on the rest of the show. So we are going to talk, but I do want to say this to you. You are a very sincere human being, and I wish the world and your cast gets to see more of that because we got to learn about you, and I knew about Gianna, and I knew about what she means to you, present tense, not past, present. She's still here, obviously, her spirit. And I wanted our viewers to know that there's more to a story than meets the eye. And you have a great story. I never knew about the love of your life, or the maybe, perhaps, potentially someone who could have been the love of your life. But you told us. You told us things that are deep and private. Things that usually we lock away. We keep somehow a lid on things, but you and I go back. We go back since 2004.
Yep.
And our viewers should know that. When I was casting a project I wrote called back then the No Name Project, which turned into After the Life, you were one of many hopefuls. There's a casting studio, guys. It's not the same name anymore. It's called Shetler Studios, Shetler, on 54th Street between 8th and Broadway, right near the old David Letterman Tonight Show.
Yep.
Right in Midtown Manhattan. And this was the place where Phil auditioned. And later I did auditions after Phil and Ripley Greer. But Phil Justin was right there with so many hopefuls waiting in a waiting room. I rented out a theater, 2 waiting rooms. The place was crammed. The owner, Ron Shetler, if you remember, was so happy that I was giving them so much great business.
Yep.
And then we whittled it down. We did a few different rounds of casting. So there were callbacks after callbacks, and you kept coming back and kept coming back. And the reason I did that, too, was because I wanted to build camaraderie with the remaining hopefuls that were auditioning. And if you remember, there were all these emails that were sent that gave you guys some clues to the backstory, some hints, some exercises. And it became a pseudo workshop / audition.
Yeah.
And by the time I finally got you guys in for the last round of callbacks, it turned out that it wasn't really callbacks. It was to announce that you were all cast. You all thought you were still auditioning. You were put in that theater in Shetler Studios.
Yep.
We're all waiting there in that theater. And you found out we were all dressed up. You were told to dress up. And I think it was about 20 of you left at that point. And you all found out that you were all cast. Everybody in that room was cast. And there was such elation. And I still have footage of that. Remember, we recorded all that.
Yeah.
And to know that we still have a friendship that began innocently enough through a casting process, it's incredible, because that's why I love this craft of storytelling. It's through the craft that we shared a bond and trusted each other and opened up. And that's the only way a storyteller / actor can perform, is to be honest, giving, and to trust. And that lends itself to the ultimate measure of respect you can have for another human being. So the fact that we experienced what we did together so many years ago, how could a friendship not have been forged? I'm glad it was, and I'm glad it still stands, Justin.
I couldn't be happy. I mean, I think it was fate that brought us together in 2004, because, excuse me,
yes, sir,
whoever is controlling this universe or multiverse knew.
What if Dr. Fink is controlling the universe? He
Well,
could
that
be.
would be interesting.
He seems to know a lot about this.
Yeah. Now you're going to make me wonder.
What if this is Fink's world? Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know.
That would be interesting.
But you know what, man? I think there's so much to be said right now. And before we continue on, my friend, our judges in the back. We have a few of them, as you saw earlier. Incredible green room members, incredible cast members, all in this tournament as well. They're going to be voting right now on the final topic, one at a time. And also the engine will be commenting and voting one at a time. And we shall find out who advances. Will you be in round number 2? Will it be, of course, you and two others? Oh, excuse me, you and one other. Will it be you and Glacier or you and Matt Fink? Will it be Matt Fink and Glacier or Matt and you? We'll find out. But making it to round 2, I know it was a big deal for you, and you definitely want to come out for the win here.
Absolutely. I'm on a quest. This is just one leg of that quest.
You know, once you're eliminated from the Second Chance Bowl, that's it. So, guys and gals, remember, let's see how it shakes up. I'll always make sure the votes are on screen. There have been some legitimate ties. There will be no ties in round 2. There might be a tie tonight. It's the Second Chance Bowl. But in round 2, there will be no ties. In the event of a tie in round 2, I will have a viewer's name in a bowl, a viewer who's commenting that evening, and I will pull the name out of a bowl, and that viewer will have to essentially be the one individual saddled with the responsibility and task of breaking the tie. So
no pressure.
That'll be in round number 2. But Rise, to get to round number 2, we have to make sure that we find out who makes it to round number 2. Justin, my friend, hang tight. Let's hear from our judges.
Damas y caballeros, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time where you will be doing the very difficult thing of voting. So this is a time where you have an opportunity to do that. So make sure you're voting. Make sure you're putting in your thoughts in their engine. Now is the time. Speaking of voting, where is my vote? Man, first of all, Avi, amazing topics tonight. Just in-depth, wide-ranging topics, and just amazing topics. So amazing job there. Okay, so getting into it, I really love how much Matt really thought about this question. I mean, at some point, we literally went from, UFOs to love to parallel universe to quantum theory, all in a matter of 2 or 3 minutes. And it really showed that he thought long and hard about this question. And it's not an easy question. It does involve a lot of different themes and topics. Justin's point, in a sense, to me, was about the paralysis of analysis. Just making a decision that's in front of you is difficult in and of itself, right? That you can control. That is very difficult. And at the end of the day, I truly love Ray's. Oh, Dion, razor thin, but have to go with Matt Fink. Captured my imagination. I love it. Julio Negron, what's up, my friend? I'm going with Ray on this one. Such a great performance and answers tonight from everyone, though. And great answers, I think, is what you're saying. Chad, I wrote for Phil. There you go, guys. Awesome. Thank you for your votes. Keep them coming in. So Ray's response was interesting to me because he gave what I thought was practical solution as well. He did answer and say, concentrating on what you can control, and then the other things that you can't will fall in place. There's something beautiful about that. Brian, this whole episode was amazing, but I have to go Justin this time. All right. Thank you, Brian, Monkey Burr, for your vote, buddy. So being able to control what's in front of you, and then, the other things will eventually fall in place. Gus Galaxy, this is so hard, but Ray is my vote. All right, Gus, awesome. Thank you, buddy. And the other thing I really appreciated about Ray's response was, you can't control what happens to you, but you can control your response to it. And that is also pretty powerful, really powerful response to that question. So ultimately, my vote goes to Ray.
Okay. Another tough one. I will say this. I am glad that the second topic, I don't know, maybe didn't quite tug the heartstrings quite so much as the first. That was rough. It was powerful. The second topic was a thinking person's topic. That is for true. Hey, Ramon Solomon says, I love Phil's story. I've been there many times, so that stuck with me the most. Phil gets my vote. Thank you for voting, Ramon. Everybody else out there, if you've not cast your vote, please do so. Patrick's saying if he hadn't already seen it, he voted for Ray on this one. So my vote, I'm just going to go in order. Matt Fink, wow, he opened up the proverbial can of worms, and I enjoyed it. he gave the heads up. Hey, I'm going off in left field here, and we got into the multiverse concept. My first introduction to the multiverse was an old Star Trek, the original series episode, where Spock ended up having like this goatee and stuff. It was quite different. And being a dungeon master, I'm quite familiar with the layman's terms multiverse theory, maybe not so much the string theory and quarks and W particles that physicists get into. But I loved the way Matt took a look at that. The overall connection everywhere. He's a big picture guy. I like that. Lester Cook says he's voting for Ray. Hey, speaking of Ray, I think Ray, proved what a down to earth guy is, and put forth, a damn good philosophy that you take responsibility in whole for what you can control and your reactions versus what you can't. See, Brian says Fink gets my vote for the second round, hands down. Hey, thank you, Brian. Thank you. So yeah, I think Ray put it out there on a platter. Just a very good, simple, but all-encompassing answer to what do you do in these situations. And then I get to Justin, and Justin laid some emotional stuff out there again, talking about this love at first sight that he saw, and he was just really too scared. Made the decision to really not do anything, the indecision decision, which I've been there. I've known people that's been there, and I've seen people struggle with some of the simplest decisions, go left or go right. And they spend so much, way more time debating themselves over which way to go that the journey just kind of ends. But I think Phil actually answered the question best, because the question was, what's scarier in life, the things we can control or things we can't? And as scary as all that stuff is that we can't control, but the fear one can run into when they have to make a major decision, a life altering decision, whether it's about love or finances or career or their location. That fear is extremely real. And I think Phil demonstrated that, stuck to the question, Phil Justin. And for that reason only, my vote is going to Justin on this topic. Again, get your votes in if you haven't, folks. These guys are depending on these votes. So let's see them. Larry says, Matt has mine, if it was not yet seen. So, okay. There's that. Thank you, Larry. Appreciate that. So any more votes out there? Let's get them up. We don't vote all night. So I'm going to kick this over to the ever thoughtful Giselle and see where her votes lies. Let's bring yours, keep yours guys coming.
If ever there was a night and a topic where I wish I could split them, this would be it. I know we say it over and over again each and every week, and that is a testament as to how wonderful and amazing the topics are and how seriously all of the competitors take this competition, because based on these answers, we know they all want to win. But I have to make a decision. Matt Fink went so deep and covered so much ground with this, and I want to continue that conversation and go sit with him at dinner and in a bar and keep talking about that. And is that enough for me to vote for him when there is so much out there that could be discussed? Rita, I stick with my vote for Matt. Thank you so much for voting, Rita. Appreciate that. Thank you for joining us tonight. Get your votes in now. If you haven't, they will pop up on screen just like Rita's did. I agree, Ramon. It is definitely not easy at all. Then we had Glacier Ray Lloyd, who is one of the most giving and generous people and and competitors we have in this arena. So glad he was voted back in for the second chance, and so much I agreed with him on his points. Where you are right now is due to decisions you made. Absolutely. There are times where you have to take risks and follow your dreams and not wonder what if. We don't ever want to wonder what if, so we have to follow those. Then he went into this whole story about his friend and what he learned from this coach, and that if you control the things you can control, your attitude, your work ethic, your accountability, participation, and if you really practice and get good at those things, thank you, Rita. It is so great to have you here too. The others will fall in place. And it does take practice to get good at those things, because he's right. We can control how we react to a situation, but remembering to take those deep breaths so we can control that reaction is a lot more difficult and takes a lot of practice. So, yeah, if you found it easy to vote, I think you weren't paying full attention. I would definitely agree with that, Patrick. I might even be slightly stalling here because that's how difficult it was. Justin, I loved your point about how situations within your control can be scarier, because when taking those risks, when taking those opportunities that sometimes fall in your lap, that sometimes others don't see but you do, you have no idea what that outcome might be. So are you out there chasing a dream and are you going to fail, but are you excited that you tried it anyway? Or do you not do it at all and go back into wondering what if? And Justin, your story was a great example. I wish there was a little bit more to that anecdote, because you said you found out that she could have been the love of your life and she was interested in you as well. But after you found out that information, you still didn't do anything. So I'm wondering if there's something you left out, if you knew she wasn't available, or if you decided enough time had already passed and you weren't going that route. For that reason, I am not voting for you, because I need just a little bit more of that story to make it complete. But love the anecdote, love the example. It was a really great way to approach the topic. So that leaves me with Matt and Ray. I enjoyed both of these answers and thoughts, and they really put their hearts and souls and minds on the line. But I am going with Dr. Fink for this topic, because he gave us so much to not only think about, but to feel, and real life examples of all of these, with all of these shows that he had. It is close back there. Howard and Kelly are joining me right now as we are getting the final tally.
Yeah.
If there's a last minute vote, get it in there right this second. Our tally is coming up. Howard, Kelly, are you ready to see this?
Yeah. It's
do it. Do it.
Never a time for drum roll and suspense music. Now is it? Holy cow. All right. Mr. Ray Lloyd has 15 points. 15 points.
Okay. And what I am seeing here, Justin is finished with 13 points. 13 points.
It has 15. And Matt Fink has 14 points.
Wow.
Oh my
Which means in this super tight race. But wait. Oh, there's always the butt weights are always good.
Holy
Oh, Kelly, take that for me.
Alexander Texador says, I'm going with Justin in round 2. So this is a late vote coming in. This puts Justin also at 14. With Dr. Multiverse Fink.
Yeah.
Ray with 15. There is no third position. So
congratulations to all 3. We will see Dr. Matt Fink. We will see Glacier Ray Lloyd. And we will see the Green Room's own Justin in round 2 of the Celebrity Grand Tournament.
That is freaking
Let me
awesome.
tell you this. I don't know about you guys. Regardless of votes, I think all 3 deserve to go on merit. It's not the way it works, but I felt they deserved to go on merit. So I'm very happy that Alexander Texador brought in that late vote and got all 3 of them where they truly deserve to be.
And you saw the votes. They were on screen. We pulled them up from YouTube. Yeah. We pulled them up from Facebook. Every single one of you voted. If you thought we missed your vote, you made sure you got it up there. This is true and legit. We are
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes! Welcome!
Mr. Klein!
Well, look, hold on a second here. I always want to look polished, but the reason why I'm not on camera right now is because that match we just watched live, that match requires me to shave my head if I'm going to look polished, because there's no way I could keep my hair tight in a bun. After watching that, I look like Bill Murray at the end of Kingpin right about now. That's how I look. This thing went down to the wire as I'm typing something here. God almighty, guys and gals and pals, we pull up these votes, and I got to say this again. When I swear, I swear. We counted these things. You can go back as well. Judges were 3 points each.
Yeah.
We had a two-way tie for second place between Phil Justin and Matt Fink, and I guarantee you, I was prepared to tell Justin, sorry, but you lost by 1 vote. We've seen it happen before.
Yeah.
But out of nowhere, and Justin's not going to do this because we don't do this, but you better thank Alexander. He's been with us for a while in the comment section. Alexander bailed you out, Justin. Come on down, Justin. He bailed you out.
Woo-hoo!
He bailed you out, brother.
Oh, my goodness.
Justin, Alexander bailed you out.
My heart. Elizabeth, I'm a coming. Holy cow.
Justin, what do you think about Alexander's vote?
I love him. Talk about the 11th hour.
You understand this guy's vote, Alexander, your vote, it propelled Justin into round 2. He was on the edge of oblivion. He was really essentially going to obviously continue with us because family's family, and I mean it when I say that word. But Justin obviously has a show on this network. Justin's obviously here, but he's also in the second round because of 1 vote. That's the difference between 1 vote.
Yes.
That's why when we say your votes count, we're not politicians that are trying to get your vote because all of a sudden we feel like we're superior and we need to bow down to the almighty gods of politics. We are not political. We are human beings. We are not going to somehow benefit financially because Justin made it to round 2. But what we can tell you is we can benefit from wholehearted opinions that come from you. We can benefit from that. I can benefit from knowing that your opinion matters more than mine because I don't vote. So, Alexander, yeah, you've been great tonight as well. And, guys, every single person, Allison, Dion, Ramon, Brian, Gus, Chad, Lester, Patrick, Sean was here earlier, but I know that this man's a maniac waiting for Ramon in his match on Wednesday, so he's preparing. You know that. He was here. If I missed Rita, all of you here that were commenting, Larry, the two Larrys that I saw actually in the comment section as well. Julio Negron, thank you as well. To our new viewers, you know who you are watching this for the first time. We appreciate your comments. Don't be shy. Let's see more of them. But God almighty, was this thing. As I was watching this in real time, I was messaging the gang and said, I do not envy you guys. Kelly,
He did.
Kelly, you've always said this. It seems like it's tougher every time you're here judging. Would tonight be the case again? Would you attest to the fact that this match might now be the newest, toughest match to vote on? Is it up there?
I'm gonna have to say yes. I mean, kind of with the ending of round one and my schedule, I've missed doing this, but it reminded me why I needed the break. Because man, you had three great individuals that showed ultimate respect for each other, but still laid their personal hearts and stories out there in round one. And in round two, like I said it when I was doing the judging, thankfully it was not such a pull on the heartstrings, because I didn't have much more in me, Phil, dude. You had me in freaking tears, bro. I'm serious.
Thank you.
Guys, we might go, we usually go 3.5. We might go a bit over that. And that's fine. We may not go a lot over that, but we might go a bit over that. But I'm not gonna shy away from what this date means to me. This is July 6th. Yeah. And because it's July 6th, and because Ray Lloyd and Howard Collado and I are on the same broadcast tonight, Howard will share with us his thoughts. We'll give him a private solo layout for that.
I love that.
Guys, Kelly may have taken a break from judging, not a break from TKN, because we see him every Wednesday night. He now has the castle to himself, because Kelly White, guys and gals, runs that place. That's the Black Box, 8 p.m. Eastern Time on Joe Rizart's page. We also want to let you guys know that the Black Box will be on YouTube when round two begins. More visibility. Fab Friday, featuring In Details at 7 p.m. Eastern Time this Friday night, guys and gals. That's 6 nights away. We're talking about June the 12th. That will be followed by, guys and gals, In Details, Pete's Perspective. Pete's Perspective by Pete Sharpie. Of course, a very fun show. You never know what you're going to get there. And, of course, guys and gals, we have a couple of nightcaps. We might have the Bloomosphere returning on Friday or Sunday, hosted by our very own Gina. Okay, that'll be a fun show. If you're a fan of gaming and if you're a fan of storytelling, that's the show for you. And then, of course, we do have JW. I know Howard can't wait for episode number 2 of the JW Experience, the Red Eye Experience, guys and gals. He's going to be hosting his second show on Sunday, guys and gals. Hey, you might see Paper Knife on Sunday's block. You definitely will see Paper Knife on the blocks continuously. You might see it next Sunday as well, guys and gals. That's 1 week from tomorrow. Of course, the Howard Show will be on as well, not to mention the voiceover hosted by Joe Rizart. Guys, again, the Friday and Sunday block, yes, it's official, but if things change, just stay tuned. We will always keep you posted. And, of course, guys, this Justin advances to round number 2. Somehow, by the hair on his chinny chin, he survives. A lot of hair there. Yes, it's we know you do. We know you do, Gus. It's really nice. All hell King Kelly. Yes, guys. And guys, we also appreciate how Dion and Gus and everyone else, how respectful you are to some of the ladies we have here, and how cordial you are. Let's keep it respectful. All right, we are a great family over here, but we also want to keep things respectful. No private messages, none of that garbage. We had that for some viewers who aren't here anymore. So just keep things civil and respectful. Keep that in mind, guys and gals. There are other people involved over here, and we want to make sure we earn their respect. Hey, at the end of the day, July the 6th means a lot to me. I am very proud of the fact that we're still here doing our thing. I will say this, guys. We will always do our thing. To all of you listening, and to all of those that listen and don't comment, whomever they are, scattered across the globe and country, you see those smiling faces you see over here? These aren't directives. Some of you might know what I'm talking about. I did not type anything in a private chat. We are very happy to be doing what we're doing. Am I right, guys and gals?
Absolutely.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Excuse my French, but fuck yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I agree with Howard.
I don't ever let that out, but you know what? F yeah is right, because we love what we're doing. So while some of you want to go to some hidden laboratory and try to figure out the whys and hows and what happened And why can't I solve some of my life's problems? But thankfully, I've got someone else to blame. No. That doesn't exist over here. Under this umbrella, we keep it positive. We keep it real. We share some laughs. And that's the simplicity of it. That's how simple it is. So if you have a problem in your life, talk it out. I can rest well knowing that if anyone ever had a problem under this umbrella and they came to me, I guarantee you it don't matter if it was past my curfew of 3 in the morning. I'd stay up till 4. And I have. And if anyone ever had any issues, again, financial, emotional, I was there for them. That doesn't make me someone, again, who's running for office by saying this. But I guarantee you that I stay quiet when I post. I post about all things TKN. So I will use these 2 minutes to speak my heart and say that I've always have and always will be there for people that can take accountability, that want to go far with us, but understand that it comes down to work. I don't apologize when I say that work is what makes this work, because you love and work for what you love. And that's what we do here. We do it wholeheartedly. But trust me when I tell you that I'm very, very humane about this whole process. I'm very understanding, and I'm very giving, and I love promoting other people's voices. I love doing that. And in wrestling, they call it putting somebody over. You better believe that I will put people over. You may not notice it, but if you don't, that's a good thing. It means I'm doing my job, because it's not always about me. It's about everybody else around me. And I will make this about everybody else around me wholeheartedly. So enjoy TKN, because it's going to continue to grow. And I myself, as long as I'm able to click that record button, I will go live and put out positivity, because that's what I know. And I'm glad it's the only thing I know. And I'm glad I'm doing this with people I care about. So guys and gals and pals, round number 2 is upon us. Kelly might want to give us his thoughts about TKN in a minute. So will Giselle, so will Justin. But Howard, I know this state means a lot to you as well. Guys, if we don't have Dell time, if we don't have Tom Sizemore, that's all right. Maybe a little sneak peek of both. We got more next Saturday. Stay tuned for the outro, the milestone video. In the meantime, guys, Howard Collado will give us his thoughts right about now, my friend. Here we are, just like July 6, 2020. We're on screen again, the two of us, just the two of us. But right now, the screen belongs to you solo.
You know, I mean, big surprise. Howard gets emotional, and I do. You know, and this date is definitely an important date. It was a date, as Avi said. It was a date where, you know, I met Ray, and, you know, also had a platform, you know, to be able to also speak my heart. And, you know, I had I shared something with Avi earlier this week, and I'm going to share it with you guys, because it's really important to me, and I hope you get something out of it. And if you don't, that's all right. You know, I say this in life, there's 3 roads. Actually, well, sometimes they say there's 2 roads to take, right? There's a road most people take, right? And then there's the road less traveled. But I think there's a 3rd road, and it's the road that hasn't even been built. And for me, that is so much of what TKN has been and continues to be. Right, that the road that most people take, it's a safe road, right? There's, you know, exactly the direction you're going. There's probably, you know, side maps, and, you know, they'll guide you there. The road less taken is, you know, probably you'll come across some people who, maybe some broken down cars of people who tried that road and weren't able to get there. Maybe sometimes on that road you get a glimpse of the end destination, but the road that hasn't even been built yet. That's what TKN has been. Sure, we take aspects of this genre or comedy or improv and horror or whatever the case is, but the way we put those things together is so much of our essence and our identity. And, you know, I'm owning that, right? I'm owning it and learning to love it and cherish that. At some point, we did this amazing horror series, and the man in the back was writing about, God, what, 20 plus characters? You know, we would talk on Sunday and I could hear it, you know, 33. My man was writing 33 characters. But guys, bust it. It's not just two-dimensional. I mean, I'm talking about he's writing characters with arcs, writing characters with depth, writing characters with very clear motivations and vulnerabilities and obstacles. And I would call him on Sunday and I could hear in his voice, but he was doing that because he wanted us to have a platform to be able to express our artistry, to be able to express this beautiful thing we love, storytelling, the stage, theater, experimental, Broadway, it doesn't matter, off-Broadway, right? That's what it was about. Here's another little anecdote I'll share with you guys, right? Just a little lifting behind the curtains, a little behind the scenes. There was one night where this man is directing 3 scenes at the same time, right? I don't think he's ever talked about this. I don't think we ever talked about this live. And he was doing all this through StreamYard. So there was a crew we had in a certain state. There was a New York crew. There was another crew all shooting their scenes at the same time. My man is on StreamYard directing it all at the same time. I told Avi, I was like, Avi, at some point in some multiverse, maybe, or maybe this verse, I hope this verse, this universe, that needs to be in a theater textbook. I mean, that's like directing post-21st century and post-pandemic. And that to me is what this journey has been about. Like, how are we going to figure this out? You know, how are we going to create this thing that we love? And like Ray beautifully said, control the things that are in front of you and the other pieces will fall in place. You know, I told this to Avi too this week that, you know, there was, you know, the suits and ties and the investors who always tell him, like, you know, why are you going with these unknowns, right? Why are you going with these unknowns? You know, stick with the celebrities, stick with the established talent. From day one, Avi fought against that. And that's been his spirit. It's about giving a platform, giving a canvas, you know, to the underdog, right? Pay it forward, pay it back. Again, another thing Ray was beautifully talking about tonight, right? And whether he knows it or not, he is profoundly loved. And I think that's going to be so much part of his legacy and TKN's legacy, right? Because guys, this industry, I mean, I'm sure there's some storytellers out there who are watching this. The industry is not like that. It's cutthroat. It's dog eat dog. No one, you know, you have to go through gatekeepers. And here at TKN, with what Avi's been doing, it's giving you a platform. It's giving you a canvas. And that goes a really long way. And that's just a beautiful thing. I mean, think about this, being able to discover your voice, being able to not only discover your voice, but then being able to articulate that voice, being able to find what you want to say in this life and then say it unapologetically and with passion. That to me is what this journey has been about. It's what TKN's been about. Fostering talent, fostering real relationships, real friendships. We use that word a lot these days. We use, you know, friendship, friend, love, passion. Some people don't truly, really, I think, know what that word truly means. Because there are going to be nights where you don't know what the hell's going on, where you might be angry, where you might be confused, or you might be frustrated, right? But, and I've been there, true family communicates, works it out. You have conversations. I'll leave you with this, guys. One night, early on in this journey that started July 6th, a little after that, I was enjoying doing this and I was having a good time, you know, but me going through some difficult situations in life, you know, like we all go through, you know, traumatic stuff. I had trouble trusting men, right? And Avi calls me up one day. He's like, "Are you okay? You know, I sense that there's like there's a wall with you." I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I knew what he was talking about, but and he's like, no, I sense that you put something up. And after that, we just had a beautiful conversation. where I became vulnerable with him, and I shared some things from my past, my childhood, and I told him where that stuff came from. And from that day forward, a beautiful relationship started forming. And that all started because Avi picked up a phone and said, I care about this relationship. I care about our connection. Let's nurture it, right? And that's Avi to me in a nutshell. Always going to speak his heart, always going to speak his mind, speak his soul, but you're never going to wonder or guess where he stands. He'll let you know. There's so much I could say. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but it's been a beautiful journey. And, you know, we live in such a pessimistic, cynical world. And I think what we do here is the reaction against that, right? Putting out positivity, putting out, you know, amazing work and content out there, you know, and the engine, you know, the platform that Avi's given them that we're going to showcase this Wednesday night, man. That's okay. I'll really end it with this. That is what I get excited about. Seeing a Dion, right? Seeing a Brian, seeing a Ramon, seeing a Chad, seeing a Pat. I'm leaving someone out, and I apologize. I'm sure I am. But anyway, seeing you guys, Chad, you know, seeing a Chad, like, speak your voice, own your passion, and articulate it, and Avi being able to give them the platform to do that. That is what I get off on, right? Anyway, grateful for you guys, the engine. Grateful for you, Giselle, Kelly back there. Love you, my brother, Avi. We're going to see each other again soon, baby. Woohoo!
I came onto the green room in the fall of 2021. And it was this glorious hybrid of theater and film and figuring out how to work in this new virtual landscape, and can we keep art going when the entire world shuts down? Can we still forge these connections and find these bonds and come out as a family, as people who were able to create? We're still here today. So that answer is yes. And this is not something that is easy, that is light. It takes a lot of work. And within that work, we need great leadership. Following your dream and following your passions is so much more than saying, I want to do this. It's a great starting point. And then you have to figure out how to get there. And you have to wonder if someone is going to believe in you and take a chance on you and understand exactly where you're coming from and why you need to do this beautiful craft of storytelling day in and day out, because you will die if you don't. You breathe it and you live it. And every single one of us on this screen tonight, we were given that chance by Avi, who sees the best in everyone, who finds out what our strengths are, what we are good at, what we love, and turns that into one of our greatest assets. I wouldn't be here without him. I wouldn't be here without Howard. I wouldn't be here without Kelly. I wouldn't be here without Joe or Gina or Phil. When one person's down, when one person needs help, the very first person to say anything is Avi. The very first person to offer assistance. And it doesn't matter if that's a phone call or monetary. And he won't ever say any of this. He doesn't want to. We're like in that respect. He embodies one of my favorite quotes. Regardless of your beliefs, I think you'll understand the intention behind it. Which is, preach the gospel always and everywhere. When necessary, use words. He doesn't need his words because he uses his actions. He's placed us all on screen because he saw something special and shining in us that could help our dreams come true and help his dream come true. The new network is something he's wanted for a long time. But it's not something he wants to do, nor can be done alone. Because theater itself is about ensemble building. So we take those core elements we learn in Theater 101 when we're starting out. We bring them into these little squares and these little boxes and these little cameras and these little microphones. And we build. It's not throwing something against the wall and seeing what sticks. Sometimes that's a valid approach. It totally works. But in order to do that, you need to have a solid foundation. A strong foundation that can take the heat, that can take the wind, that can take the pressure, that can take the cracks. And when it seems like it can't take any more, someone else comes in. Someone on your team and says, hey, let me be the foundation today. I have that every day with Avi. Yes, this was his passion. Yes, this is his dream. Yes, he is the leader we all admire and look up to. He's the foundation. But when he has a tough day, we're the foundation. Because that's what you do. You don't run away when it's hard. You don't run away when it's frustrating. All I've ever wanted to do since I was 12 is be a storyteller. Figure out how to tell those stories with my words, with my physicality. I knew what I was getting myself into. But I'm here now before you. Because someone else recognized that in me as well. Because we're here to do good for each other and advocate for each other. We're here to see what other people need and fulfill that. There are days I call my mom, frustrated that an audition didn't go well, upset that I didn't get a position at a workshop that I really wanted. We have those days. And now I have more people, more friends, more family I've made in the last 3 years where I can call them and say, hey, I'm really upset because I didn't land this gig I wanted. Hey, what can we do to overcome this? How can we make me stronger? Not necessarily for this gig, but because I want us and what we're doing to be the best. tonight's match was the very essence of the new network. It exemplified everything in our mission. I couldn't have asked for a better match on this July 6th, on this anniversary date of the broadcast of Glacier and Howard and Avi starting what would become what you watch every Saturday night, every Wednesday night, when we have our talk show blocks on Fridays and Sundays. And then seeing all of the engagement in between. When the videos go up on YouTube and you're there commenting and liking. When our posts are up on Facebook and you're reading them so you don't miss the next episode, or if there's a special announcement, or if we're going to have a surprise on a show. But all of that would mean nothing if the person who started it didn't have that truth behind him. If he just said this because it's what you're supposed to say, because it's what the world wants to hear right now. No. It's real. And it's true. We bring people together. You hear it every single week in the intro. You don't hear it from us. You hear it from Stephen Tobolowsky. Remember I said Avi was the first person to reach out? One of Stephen's stories in that intro is that Avi was the first person to reach out when his dad passed away. We don't come on and direct these conversations with the celebrities. We don't direct the conversations with ourselves when we're doing scripted work, sure. That's a different platform, a different beast. We come on to share our hearts and our minds, and we forge new friendships, and we strengthen some old ones. And why wouldn't you want someone behind this who isn't the first person to reach out? Isn't the person who only ever wanted to do something good and positive and bring that into the world and share it with those who believe similar, with those who can see what is happening here. It's not one person saying it. It's everybody, every week, week after week, how different this is, how special, how thought-provoking, how engaging, how they're all best friends now. So to my TKN family, behind the scenes and in front, and yes, that includes you, the engine. Because it would really suck to talk to a void and not have anyone watch. And it takes time to build, and I understand that. And to our fearless leader, who guides with wisdom and strength and heart and love. Who wants nothing more than to see the world a better place. Thank you for allowing our voices to shine. Thank you for being who you are. And thank you for letting this continue week after week and year after year.
Wow. really not sure how much I can add to that. Out of the three of us, I'm relatively the newest. I can tell you exactly how long I've been here, though. It's been 97 weeks. Because I came on at episode 100, kind of out of nowhere. I was a casual fan. Threw some comments around, answered some questions that the then cast would ask in their Facebook posts, and I would catch a little here, catch a little there, and just kind of out of nowhere, hey, do you want to come on and do an interview for our 100th episode? Interview one of the cast. It's like, hey, why not? And that time I figured, it's a one and done. It's a, hey, here's some of our viewers, and we're treating a few of them to a night on screen. But Avi didn't drop it at that. And just to back up a little, this is when there was really just the green room, and at that particular time for what we were doing, just the review show. That was really the two big things. The new network was germinating. It was I know it was in his mind. He'd spoken of it, but it hadn't come to fruition yet. And this guy out of nowhere, for no real apparent reason other than, as Giselle said, he saw something that he thought was worth nurturing, not worth it to get anything out of my particular presence. Pity the fool would do that. But he saw something in me that clicked with this vision he had of good people doing good things, putting out content that was positive, developing that. And I think, 97 episodes later, we're on track to really do some great things. And I've gotten to be part of that. And yeah, I didn't know which way to turn to begin with. But, like Howard and Giselle said, it took a while. I didn't know these folks, but you make bonds, after a while, even in a digital realm. And Avi has been unwavering in his vision for TKN. And like Howard said, there's 3 roads, and we're on the one that nobody's made yet. We're clearing the path. So yeah, things jump around sometimes, but his vision and what he said about it has never wavered since I've known him. And he's become a friend. I think it was September 2022, late August, September, at episode 100, I came on to. Pardon me if I'm wrong on that date. But it wasn't that much longer. January 2023, my youngest sister passed away really unexpectedly. And I traveled from West Virginia, where I'm out, to South Carolina to, do what needed to be done with, the family I have there, my other sister, and all the assorted nieces and nephews and what have you. And I've got good friends here. But Avi was the one that called me every day, asked me how I was doing, asked me if I needed anything. And I don't say that was the first time, but that's the one up here. That's the one that, really, really counted right there. And he's never stopped. Just the other day, as I alluded to, dealing with some stuff here, and I had a really late night, which I don't deal with well. So I had a really late dragging my ass out of bed morning. And, there were Facebook messages and even texts. And it wasn't, hey, where are you? We got stuff to do. It was, hey, where are you? Are you okay? Are you okay? That was his question. And I hadn't been, I was by the time, we got around to that. But, he checks up on me. If it's not every day, it's right damn close to it. I'll tell you that. And I try to do the same for him. And you got to think, it's not just me. It's Howard and Giselle and, the rest of the cast, and even many of the celebrities, like Giselle pointed out, Stephen Tobolowsky points out flat out, Avi was the first one to reach out to him when his dad passed. And I don't care how old you are, when you lose a parent, man, it's rough. It's rough. So I can tell you, how much Stephen appreciated that. Just like, when he called me about my sister. So what's that all mean to me? I mean, if nothing else, if this all dried up and blew away tomorrow, I know I've made a damn good friend. But I don't see that happening. I see this being around for quite some time. We weathered COVID, as Giselle said. We proved that just because the country's shut down and there's a pandemic, we can still come on here. There's still a platform, a house Avi built, that we can come and tell our stories. Whether it's simply having a heartfelt conversation, whether it's my take on what others present in this competition, whether it's myself, being in that hot seat, in the grand tournament, whether it's something scripted, which, that's immensely enjoyable to have, somebody of Avi's caliber in the industry actually write something for you to perform. And not only that, it gives you the house and the direction and everything else to do it. So this has become my second home. I'm probably not, I'm here more now for personal reasons. That'll probably change soon, I hope. And it's all good, but Avi knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, I wish we could just be here every day and do our thing that we're allowed to do. And I talk about Avi's support, but also the rest of the cast that's here. Giselle and Howard both, many times when I really didn't think I'd done so hot with something, this, that, or the other. They've always been there with genuine support. We don't bullshit each other. If I fall on my face, they'll pick me back up and they'll say, "Dude, you fell on your face." And, somebody will step in and tell me what to do so I don't do it again. And that's true. That's true ensemble. That's true friendship. So yeah, to me, TKN has become my second home. And yeah, the engine out there, man. None of us, even Avi, wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. There's very little point in our kind of art if no one would enjoy it in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, you guys out there, and again, it's just a demonstration of the mentality of TKN, helmed by Avi, that we have guys that, basically from the engine that, are coming on screen. They're getting to do their thing. You guys are where I was 97 episodes ago, the opportunity to come on and, show what you can do, speak your piece. And maybe it's a one and done. I don't know. I thought mine was, and it turned out different, and I'm damn glad of it. So Mark Henry, I think, said it best. He said we should be on a major television network. I don't think any of us would squawk if that happened, if it was done right. Because some of the world's problems may get solved by watching this show. The combination of people and the setting, and just what we do to bring out the positive out of everyone and let everyone else out there know, no matter what you've experienced, how dark it's become, you're never alone. Somebody has been there with you, and they've clawed their way back to the light, and you can too. I mean, the new network, KNEW, you know, who knew? We knew. And I think other people will eventually know. So, yeah, I'm here for the long haul, as long as I can be. And I'm very, very proud to be doing it with all the people that I'm doing it with. From Avi, Giselle, Howard, Pete, Joe, Megan, Phil, Justin, all you guys out there in the engine. We're in this one together. Thank you.
This might be the first time I chastise myself for dead air. I don't have anything to say, and that's the best compliment I can pay Kelly, Howard, Giselle, and Justin, because if I followed that, it wouldn't be authentic. Heart and mind are working together and trying to figure it all out, trying to come up with anything. I want to let you all know that I wouldn't want to be here without you. I want to let everyone know that I say time and again, there are people out there that suffer from the disease they suffer from a disease that has no cure. And this particular disease I call united toxicity. People unite and sign off on each other's bullshit as a way to justify their actions, because the last thing we want to do is blame ourselves. No one here owes anybody else anything, including me. No one owes me a thing. And I know that I've never promised some mansion or castle at the end of this. Quite the contrary, I always state that we don't know. We don't know. My gut tells me that we're going to reach more people. If you want to call that success, great. Let's talk about the what's. What does a big network do for us? What does getting greenlit do for us? Give us a chance to reach more people. You want to call that success? Great. If people want to pay us for that, we'll take it. But I'll tell you this much, guys. I haven't gotten paid a dime for doing this. And I'm the richest man in the world. I didn't want to start this until I knew I was financially in a place where I could. I don't talk about my personal life, but I can tell you, I worked hard to get to that place. I've got parents in a different state that I see, that I love, that are getting old. Between my brother and I, we do our best for them because they did our best for us. Next week marks their anniversary, a week from tonight. They've been together, or I should say they've been married for almost 50 years. I don't know what that feels like, but I do, because whether this is laying it on too thick, whether at this juncture someone can't relate to these words, which is fine, we're all feeling differently at this moment. I'm going to tell you how I feel at this moment. I feel like I do know what that feels like, in a way. Because to me, this is a marriage. And I commit myself to this team, to this family. Because they're special people. And some of those who aren't here anymore, I wish the best to. Because no one should walk around with pain and sorrow and anger and hate and bitterness. No one should. So if me saying I wish everyone the best, those that were seasonal friends and those that will be permanent friends, great. Because why contribute to the unified toxicity in which there's no cure from? It's a disease. We can be the cure. Simply by turning other cheeks, simply by not contributing to that madness. That's all the rage these days. I love you guys. And I do hope that a year from now I can look at this broadcast and say we're still here doing this. But the point is, the reason why some numbskulls don't get it out there, the reason why this is going to continue is because as long as I'm alive, I'm going to try to put good out in a creative way that entertains people, that makes them forget they're being educated. As long as the brain and the old ticker here works, that's what I will do. It won't stop. It won't stop. But I would much prefer to do it with those I love. You guys are special. You guys are special. And everyone that's been a part of TKN at some point is special. And that's why it's hard to not overindulge and eat too much, because everyone watching is special. We can't cram everyone into some room that has already reached max capacity. It's pretty tough. But if I could, I would. Which is why we're going to end the show with an outro that hopefully reminds you guys of how special you were this past Wednesday night. We call it the Black Box Review. We're going to end the show with a video dedicated to the Engine. And we'll see these 6 incredible members of the Engine this Wednesday night, because they are going to make us so proud by simply showing up, by simply expressing themselves. They could do no wrong. And of course they'll be voting, and of course Kelly White, Howard, Giselle, maybe Justin, we'll see. Of course they'll be there. Of course they'll be voting. But no one can take that away from you. No one can take a moment away from you that is so wholehearted and rare, in which you could virtually be able to share your heart with individuals that might seemingly be strangers, but are much more than that. We haven't even shaken hands, and we're sharing some intimate moments of our lives that leave us very vulnerable. That's a gift. There's no secret sauce as to how I'm close with the celebrities. It's not because I'm the greatest writer in the world. That's not it. It's because I do what everyone here on screen does. I listen. That's it. I listen. I'm not here for fame or fortune. I'm not here to preach the good word as some excuse to make me famous. I'm here to listen. And I'm glad I've listened to Kelly and Howard, Giselle and Justin, and Pete Sharpie, Pinocchio Joe, even that whack job Hauser Oldalot. It's because they have a lot to say. They have a lot to say. You better give it up for this team here, guys, because trust me when I tell you, I did not walk into this thing expecting nor wanting to be close to anyone. Howard can attest to that. A couple years ago, in 2021, I said, "Hey, let's do this and let's create some boundaries. I'm a boundary guy, and that'll be that." And I realized I'm gonna be cheating myself. I don't care if the algorithm doesn't like that we're going 4 hours. I don't care about that. I don't care. What I care about is a moment right now that will be fleeting, that will be forgotten because new moments will arise. But I care about reminding myself how important it is to stay in the present right now. And I don't want this moment to end, even though it will, because I'm sharing it on a Saturday night, exactly as the clock strikes midnight right now, Eastern Time. I've been able now, through accepted practice, that is, to enjoy a day turning into another with a group of people here that are so beautiful. Really are. And I'm glad that you guys that are typing away, the engine that makes this thing go, I concur with what Kelly said. I think we'd be having these conversations privately, but it's so much more important to know that we can provide something that means something to you as well. We're happy. That's much more important than an algorithm or a view, stuff that even I, behind the scenes, can get wrapped up in. Because, of course, I want to make sure this thing succeeds. That's not a crime. It's not a crime to work and sweat and ask for consistency and maturity. But I'll tell you something. The why is here. This is the why. The why is now. The why is now. And I wish you guys can take a deep dive into my heart and realize that what I say about this incredible family called TKN is as wholehearted as you can ever imagine. I love them. And as long as there's the need for good in this world, TKN's going to keep going. That's it. But I'll tell you something, guys. When it comes to Kelly White, it was a no-brainer for me to say, hey, man, love to have you. It's a no-brainer. You've been able to see a guy here who clearly has so many layers to him that it could be downright intimidating trying to peel them back. Because it takes, you got to do a lot of wrist curls and bicep curls to do that. Trust me, there's a lot. I mean, to be able to talk shop with him about all things pro wrestling and D&D, those are not only just interests and hobbies, but goes to show how much he cares about educating all of you the way he does on Mondays with the D&D workshop / campaign that he runs. And at the same time, be able to go back to his promotion, pay tributes to his fallen friends and allies, dedicate his shows to those who tear down and put up a ring, collect cash, sell tickets, ring the bell, and referee matches. That's pretty damn impressive. No one is paying Kelly White to do that. So that's pretty damn impressive that he has stayed grounded and humble. And on top of that, without getting too deep about this, has still managed to always stay professional, courteous, communicative, and make sure that his family, the family members we haven't met, come first. You got to respect that. You got to love that. And, you know, I know he'll feel the same way about them, but they got a lucky one. So, Howard, brother, people don't know how much you do for your mom. People don't know how much you've been there for a woman that I met years ago when we did theater, and how you simply have every right sometimes to impulsively react, and yet have the maturity to wear a different hat that says, nope, I can separate personal from professional. I know when Avi is talking to me as his director and as his friend, and sometimes both. And I do not ever forget moments that were I in your shoes, I probably would erupt. But I don't forget that you don't. I don't forget that you understand that. And that's through work on yourself. It is. It's through meetings that you take. It's through the time that you also take to listen as well. Something happened a couple weeks ago. You were there for me. You listened. That's a sign of friendship, as Dion said. It's a true sign of friendship. To communicate like adults. Everyone's going to have problems with each other. But I'm glad I'm surrounded by people here like Howard and Kelly and everyone else, Giselle and Justin, that have the ability to actually pick up a phone and say, I either have a problem, don't have a problem, or would like to express my thoughts. You epitomize that. You do. You're very good at what you do as a storyteller. But I'm also impressed by how you still want to better yourself in other areas in which you don't think you excel in. You always have a kind word for everybody. It means a lot. We all see it. And like I said, were I in your shoes, I may not have had a kind word for everybody. All right? My New York side would have came out and there have been some expletives flying. Giselle, I'd say about you, I think about a lot of words. Think about the word love. You love this craft. You love storytelling. But you love people. You treat people in such a way that by practice we all should, but it's tough to practice the way you treat people because essentially you treat them in such a fashion where I would subscribe to that ideology as well, where you don't disrespect someone unless they disrespect you or others. You come into a friendship or relationship or a meeting or any circumstance with such wholehearted respect for those around you. It's uncanny. Like there is no judgment. You literally do not judge me at all. Not based on their profession, not based on their background, not based on whatever. You don't judge. And I've never, ever met someone who could be so consistently present and aware and mature. Someone who doesn't make excuses. Someone who even roots for the bad guys. Not so much because she wants to see them do well, but because she may not see them as bad guys or bad gals when others would. She sees them as human. She accepts their flaws. That's brilliant. And that's very, very rare. That's love. We use the word, but you know how to use it. You know how to show it. That's love. And Justin, old boy, I got to tell you, you remember our friend Paul Thornton who passed away?
Very well, yes.
Dewey.
That was my boy.
A musician as well, a very good musician.
Yes, he was.
He was also an elder statesman.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw the two of you walk into Shetler Studios for the third callback as scene partners, if you remember, first audition was a cold reading. You had your sides, you read them cold. Second was, the first callback was off book. The second callback was scene partners working with one another. When you worked with him, you did the same thing that we're doing now. You were able to boost morale in a waiting room that had, back then before SAG and AFTRA merged, that had 65 SAG actors who all wanted to get auditioned first because they had to, right? Protocol. Yep. You were there, keep people cool, keep people calm, tell them to relax, this thing is worth it. We had email chains in which we discussed the craft on our own time. You would take some of the storytellers that were cast in After the Life, if you remember, the hallways, and start picking apart the pieces, and by doing that, forging friendships and a bond. And there were these PAs that I had that nobody knew were PAs because they were reporting back to me based on conduct. And they told me who the assholes were and who weren't. And I'm glad you weren't an asshole.
Oh my.
I loved every moment with you, and we forged a friendship really quick. And I'm glad that, when I picked up the phone during COVID, at that time I hadn't seen you for about 15 years.
That's right.
And we'd communicated, but I hadn't seen you about 15 years, especially virtually or otherwise. And when you started watching the shows first, and then started participating, it reminded me again why I do what I do, because you're not just a link to the past. You're a reminder to me of the future. You're a reminder of how strong friendships can last in the future. To get to the future, you have to have a strong bond in the present. And we have that. There are times you drive me crazy. There are times where you've done some things that made my head go like bonkers, but at the same time, I know who you are, and I wish you can show your heart more. Right? God save us from vague generalities. I wish you could show us your heart more, because you're a special dude. It doesn't have to be a tournament. It could be a group chat. It could be an audio fill. You're not going to get let down by people that genuinely respect you and care about you. I respect you and I care about you, and I have for about 20 years, and so does this team here. We become family, and that's a word I don't use lightly. Trust me. So they love you, and we love you. And forgive me, guys, for not reading comments, because I will, but I'm just looking in the eyes of everybody here. And I want to tell you guys that episode 200 coming up is going to be special. Can't tell you why, but it's going to be special. We know Phil's going to be rooting for us in the comment section, but that's all I'm going to say about that. It's going to be real special, and visually speaking, I think you guys will be let in ways you never have been. Appreciate you, Chad. Thank you, Dion. Ramon, I concur. Yeah, it's hard to ring the bell tonight. It really is. It's hard to ring that old bell, but I'm gonna. Staying humble and remaining as true as you possibly can in the present marks for the best episode of all time, then this is it. This is it. Never know what we're going to get out of an episode, but we do know what we're going to get out of each other, and that's the truth and positivity, while conveying truths that may sometimes be hard to hear. There'll always be positivity. You too as well. Thank you, Chad. And to the celebrities who watch, who don't comment, you know who you are. Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes we shout you out. Sometimes you like your anonymity. But thank you for understanding what this is, because, yes, you guys obviously help. Because to the naked eye that wants to know what TKN is, it isn't that hard for them to watch something when they're watching their favorite celebrity. But we're glad that over time, although they came for the celebrities, they stick around for something a lot deeper than celebrity. Appreciate you guys a ton. Dell Time will return next Saturday night. The Tom Sizemore conversation will happen next Saturday night. The Second Chance Bowl might finish in 2 weeks, guys. It may not finish next Saturday. It might finish up July 20th. Then July 27th, a special episode. We still have the D&D special on August the 3rd. Flyers to be coming out real soon on that. The rap battle will take place as well. And we also know that my two favorite shows coming up are the second round reveal show and the promo special. We are going to give that to you as well. Not to mention our block of awesome talk shows coming up. So we're doing a lot. And we appreciate you guys allowing us to do a lot. This right now, guys, is all for you. For those who've stuck around, watch. I'll play this recap on Wednesday to start the Black Box. But you got to tune in 8 p.m. Eastern time, because that's when you can support Patrick, Sean, Ramon, Brian, Code Monkey Burke, Chad, and Dion as they go into battle. But more importantly, they get to find out more about themselves, because when they're on camera for a reason, when they're on camera side by side, there's a reason for that. We're almost forced to be put in a position where we listen to each other because we're live. That's a great thing, because we don't want to miss a thing that anybody else might have to say. Our traditional outro will be back next Saturday. Our traditional milestone will be back next Saturday. You want to see how Breaking the Ice began? This Wednesday and next Saturday, we'll play you some clips. But right now, guys, it's all about you. The engine that makes this thing go is how we close out the show.
Guys, I hope you all had a beautiful day. Again, I am Hauser Rodelack, and I'll be hosting tonight, July 3rd of 2024.
And I'm really hoping that this new era, that's not a thing of the past. I am hoping somebody comes rapping at my chamber door.
The closer we are to round 3, where I will once again beat you, and then we shall see who really has that three-peat.
His quest for validation and life itself was and is eternal. So I ask you, Hauser, who are you?
I can tell you what I'm not. I am not residue.
At some point, Hauser, before round 2 begins, for one night and one night only, the Black Box, you will face Joe Risitano once again for the right to host the Black Box. 12 votes is all it will take for him to meet you in round number 2 of the TKN Celebrity Tournament.
You know, this is the biggest opportunity that I've had in my life. You can quote me on that. I'm gonna come at you, and I'm not holding anything back. I'm going into this with absolutely everything. Plan on going home with everything.
I'm an independent person, and I take care of myself. When I am backed against the wall, I only move forward. Because I know I have brought it. I've done nothing but homework. I will be coming hard because I ain't going home. I don't need the luck because you create your own luck. Going to be so sorry for your loss next Wednesday.
Can't wait till Wednesday. It's going to be fun. I'm going to tear you apart. And I'm going to have a smile on my face doing it.
I'm going to say this right now. It's also nice to see the face of the person I'm burying this week. When I was in the military, I was taught that your enemy can't look at them as another person. You look at them as an obstacle. And that's
There you go.
We both want the same thing.
Well,
and
yeah.
I'll tell you what, once this dust settles and I'm on top, I'll make sure to knock everybody else before you. Sound good?
I appreciate the vibrato, Brian. Well done.
I think that Shakespeare said it the best for the both of us.
Mhm.
Out, brief candle.
I'd like to quote something from DMX if I could. Talk is cheap, mother. I'm coming for you first and everybody else that stands in my way. Whether it's a luminary, I don't care because I've been watching. They're all the same as us, much like Sean said. But I've also been able to study how they speak, how they argue, how they debate, what makes them tick, what makes them roll, what makes them sweat. And it may not tear your face off like the movie with Nicolas Cage and John Travolta, that thing, but it might tear you a new one.
We are a part of history that everybody wants to be a part of, the world's largest tournament. We have a chance to be the one winner. I want to be at the top of that mountain because I'm going to come out hard. I'm going to come out heavy. I'm going to come out with everything I have. I'm starting to get the intensity like I see all the other celebrities and luminaries have in their eyes. I see all of you people as just a stepping stone and another obstacle in my way to win this whole tournament.
But the people I deal with, they debate me every day. I'm debating 50, 60 people a day in a room, and they're coming at me, whoa, what about this, what about that? So I'm thinking, I'm more prepared than I thought I was. A decade of experience in the field. I put that together with my own life experience. And this topic, I'll face anybody. Tom Sizemore trophy. I want that.
This is a game I call Lending Your Voice. In this game, I'll be pulling up a video clip. The clip will be muted. There will be a duo portraying the two characters they see before them. They will lend their voice to the scene. The scene will be muted, but of course the action will not be. They will be recreating a scene, in essence. They will be lending their voice to the scene.
Can you say that again? Oh, here you go.
Let me look at this ID here. Ah, I see her from the States. Gotta love it.
Oh, yeah.
You wanted me to do this for you. I did my best, and you're still...
Well, no! It's just dirt under my chin here.
Kelly G. White, King of the Black Box, and Joe Rositano have advanced.
Yeah, take another one. Right in the chops, pal. Ouch, damn. They almost fell in the toilet. You
Stop
butt.
Come on, guys and gals and pals, back with authority. Vengeance is his. King Kelly once again rules the roost. He